Hey everyone, tonight we're diving deep into waters that have claimed thousands of souls, vessels that once cut through waves with purpose and power, only to vanish beneath the surface, taking their secrets with them. This isn't just about ships that sunk, this is about naval vessels that disappeared without explanation, wartime mysteries that defy logic, and maritime enigmas that continue to haunt the depths decades after the guns fell silent. We're talking about destroyers that sent their final message and were never heard from again. Submarines that dove beneath the waves and never surfaced, aircraft carriers that should have been unsinkable, yet somehow found their way to the ocean floor, under circumstances that still puzzle experts today. These aren't just statistics in a naval registry, these are stories of courage, mystery, and the unforgiving nature of war at sea. So settle in, dim the lights, maybe grab something warm to drink, because we're about to embark on a journey that spans 2 world wars, countless conflicts, and maritime mysteries that remain unsolved to this day. And before we set sail into these dark waters, take a moment to like this video if you're ready for an incredible journey, and subscribe if you want to join us for more deep dives into history's greatest mysteries. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from, and what time it is there. It's always amazing to see our global community come together for these stories. Now, let's begin with a mystery that occurred during the height of World War II, in waters where death lurked beneath every wave. The year was 1943, and the Battle of the Atlantic was raging with unprecedented fury. German U-boats prowled the shipping lanes like wolves, striking without warning before disappearing back into the depths. Allied convoys fought desperately to maintain supply lines that were essential for the war effort. It was in these treacherous waters that HMS Dasher, a British escort carrier, met her fate in circumstances so bizarre and tragic that the full truth was buried for decades. HMS Dasher wasn't built for war. She started life as the American merchant vessel, Rio de Janeiro. But as the war intensified and Britain desperately needed more aircraft carriers, she was converted under the Lend-Lease program. The conversion was rushed, like so many wartime modifications, turning a cargo ship into a floating airfield in record time. But speed often came at the cost of safety, and Dasher would pay the ultimate price for those shortcuts. On March 27, 1943, Dasher was conducting routine training exercises in the Firth of Clyde off the coast of Scotland. The weather was calm, the sea relatively peaceful. There were no enemy submarines reported in the area, no hostile aircraft on radar. It should have been just another day of training for the crew of 52 men. But at exactly 4:42 p.m., without any warning, without any enemy action, HMS Dasher exploded. The explosion was so massive, so sudden, that witnesses on nearby vessels described it as if the entire ship had been struck by lightning from below. A towering column of flame and smoke erupted from her flight deck, reaching hundreds of feet into the sky. The blast was heard for miles, shaking windows in coastal towns and sending seabirds fleeing in terror. Within minutes, the carrier that had been proudly steaming through Scottish waters was nothing more than burning wreckage scattered across the waves. Of the 28 souls aboard, only 49 survived. The rest were killed instantly in the explosion or trapped below decks as the ship broke apart and sank. But here's where the mystery deepens. The official explanation was that aviation fuel had somehow ignited, causing a catastrophic explosion, but survivors told a different story, one that the British Admiralty seemed desperate to suppress. Several witnesses reported seeing what appeared to be internal explosions occurring in sequence, not the single massive blast that would be expected from a fuel fire. Others claimed to have seen strange lights beneath the water just before the explosion, suggesting the possibility of a submarine attack. But no German U-boat claimed credit for sinking Dasher, and sonar sweeps of the area found no evidence of enemy vessels. The most disturbing aspect of the Dasher incident wasn't just the loss of life, but the cover-up that followed. Families of the victims were told their loved ones died in a training accident, with no further details provided. The survivors were sworn to secrecy, threatened with court-martial if they spoke publicly about what they had witnessed. Documents related to the explosion were classified for decades, and when they were finally released, key pages were missing or heavily redacted. Some researchers believe that Dasher was the victim of a secret German weapon, possibly an early type of magnetic mine or even an experimental submarine-launched torpedo that left no trace. Others suggest that the rushed conversion had created structural weaknesses that made the ship vulnerable to catastrophic failure. But perhaps the most unsettling theory is that HMS Dasher was deliberately sacrificed to test new explosive technologies, making her crew unwitting victims of their own side's experiments. The wreck of HMS Dasher lies in 60 feet of water off the Scottish coast, officially protected as a war grave. But even today, divers who have illegally explored the wreck report finding evidence that contradicts the official story. Blast patterns that suggest multiple explosion points, structural damage inconsistent with a simple fuel fire, and most mysteriously, several sections of the ship that appear to have been removed or salvaged shortly after the sinking, despite the official claim that the wreck was left untouched. The families of the Dasher victims fought for decades to learn the truth about what happened to their loved ones. Some received compensation from the government in the 1990s, but only after signing agreements not to discuss the details of the incident. Even now, more than 80 years later, the full story of HMS Dasher remains classified, making it one of the most enduring mysteries of World War II. But the Dasher was far from the only naval vessel to meet a mysterious end during the war. As we'll see, the oceans were full of dangers that went far beyond enemy action, and some of the most baffling disappearances occurred in waters that should have been safe. The Pacific theater of World War II was a vast battlefield spanning thousands of miles of open ocean. Aircraft carriers, the new kings of naval warfare, projected power across distances that would have been unimaginable just decades earlier. But for all their might, these floating cities were still vulnerable to the unpredictable nature of the sea itself. And nowhere was this more evident than in the case of USS Cyclops, a vessel whose disappearance became one of the most enduring mysteries in naval history. Wait, let me correct that. The Cyclops disappeared during World War I, not II, but her sister ship, USS Proteus, vanished during World War II under equally mysterious circumstances. Followed shortly after by another sister ship, USS Nereus. Three vessels of the same class, all disappearing without a trace, decades apart, in waters that would later become infamous as part of the Bermuda Triangle. USS Proteus was a massive naval cargo ship, over 540 feet long and capable of carrying more than 10,000 tons of cargo. In November 1941, just weeks before the attack on Pearl Harbor, Proteus departed from St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, bound for Portland, Maine, with a full load of bauxite ore destined for aluminum production. The cargo was crucial for the war effort, as aluminum was desperately needed for aircraft manufacturing. The ship had a crew of 58 men, all experienced sailors who had made similar runs countless times before. The weather forecast was favorable, with no major storms predicted along their route. Proteus was equipped with radio equipment and was expected to maintain regular contact with naval authorities. But after departing St. Thomas on November 23, 1941, USS Proteus was never heard from again. The disappearance might have been attributed to enemy action, but this was before America's entry into the war, when German U-boats were still operating under strict rules of engagement that prohibited attacks on American vessels. No German submarine commander ever claimed responsibility for sinking Proteus, and German naval records, captured after the war, make no mention of any attack on an American cargo ship during that time period. Search and rescue operations covered thousands of square miles of ocean, but found nothing: no wreckage, no oil slick, no debris field. It was as if the massive ship had simply vanished into thin air. But the mystery was far from over, because just 1 month later, USS Nereus, another ship of the same class carrying a similar cargo, also disappeared without a trace. Nereus departed from St. Thomas on December 10, 1941, just 3 days after Pearl Harbor, bound for Portland with another load of bauxite ore. By this time, America was at war, and German U-boats were actively hunting American shipping. But once again, no enemy vessel claimed credit for the sinking, and no evidence of attack was ever found. Like her sister ship, Nereus simply vanished, taking 61 men to the bottom with her. The loss of 2 sister ships within a month, both carrying identical cargoes on the same route, suggested either incredibly bad luck or some systematic flaw in the ship's design. Naval investigators examined the remaining vessels of the class and found several potential problems. The ships had been converted from their original design to carry ore, a much denser cargo than they were built for. This put enormous stress on the hull, particularly in rough seas. But perhaps more significantly, bauxite ore has unusual properties when wet. If seawater somehow entered the cargo holds, the ore could shift dramatically, causing the ship to list severely and potentially capsize within minutes. This theory seemed to explain the sudden disappearances, but it raised its own questions. Why would experienced crews allow water to enter the cargo holds? And why would both ships suffer the same fate within such a short time period? Some researchers have suggested that the ships were victims of sabotage, possibly by German agents operating in the Caribbean. The bauxite ore they carried was critical to the American war effort, and its loss significantly impacted aluminum production. A few well-placed explosives in the cargo holds could have caused the ore to shift and the ships to founder, leaving no trace of enemy action. Others believe the disappearances were related to the unusual magnetic properties of the region where the ships vanished. The area that would later be called the Bermuda Triangle was known to cause compass anomalies and navigation problems. If the ship's navigation equipment malfunctioned, they could have sailed into severe weather or dangerous waters without realizing their peril. But perhaps the most unsettling theory is that both ships encountered some form of experimental German weapon that was designed to leave no evidence. During World War II, both sides developed numerous secret weapons, many of which were never fully documented. A weapon that could cause a massive ship to sink without leaving debris would have been invaluable for submarine warfare. The wrecks of USS Proteus and USS Nereus have never been found, despite numerous search efforts over the decades. The area where they disappeared is thousands of feet deep, making wreck location extremely difficult. But even with modern technology, no trace of either vessel has ever been detected, adding to the mystery of their fate. The disappearance of these sister ships had a profound impact on naval strategy during the early years of World War II. Cargo shipments were rerouted, convoy procedures were revised, and additional safety measures were implemented. But for the families of the 1119 men who vanished with the ships, no amount of procedural changes could bring back their loved ones or answer the question of what really happened in those dark waters. As we continue our journey through these maritime mysteries, we'll discover that the disappearance of surface vessels, while tragic, was just one type of naval mystery that plagued the wartime seas. Beneath the waves, in the silent world of submarine warfare, even stranger stories were unfolding. The underwater realm of submarine warfare during World War II was a deadly game of cat and mouse, where the hunter could become the hunted in an instant. Submarines were the ultimate weapon of stealth, capable of striking without warning before disappearing back into the depths. But the very nature of submarine warfare meant that when these vessels were lost, they often took their secrets with them to the ocean floor. And among all the submarines that vanished during the war, few cases are as perplexing as that of USS Grunion. USS Grunion was a Gatto-class submarine, one of the workhorses of the American submarine fleet. Commissioned in April 1942, she was a state-of-the-art vessel, 311 feet long and armed with 10 torpedo tubes. Her crew of 70 men was well-trained and experienced, led by Lieutenant Commander Manard L. Ebele, a capable officer with an impeccable record. In June 1942, Grunion departed Pearl Harbor for her first war patrol, bound for the dangerous waters around the Aleutian Islands. The Aleutian campaign was often called the Forgotten Battle of World War II. But for the men who fought there, it was anything but forgotten. The weather was brutal, with constant fog, freezing rain, and seas so rough they could toss a submarine around like a toy. Japanese forces had occupied several of the Aleutian Islands, and American submarines like Grunion were tasked with interdicting enemy supply lines and conducting reconnaissance missions. For the first month of her patrol, Grunion performed admirably. She damaged or sank several Japanese vessels and provided valuable intelligence about enemy movements. Her radio reports were regular and professional, giving no indication that anything was wrong. But on July 13, 1942, Grunion transmitted what would be her final message. Attacked destroyer with 4 torpedoes at close range, heard 4 explosions. Destroyer sunk. The message was received loud and clear at Naval headquarters, and it should have been cause for celebration. Sinking an enemy destroyer was a significant achievement, the kind of success that earned commendations and shore leave. But that radio transmission was the last anyone ever heard from USS Grenion. She was scheduled to return to base on August 15 but never arrived. When she failed to respond to radio calls, search and rescue operations were launched, but they found nothing. The official explanation was that Grenion had been lost to enemy action, probably sunk by Japanese depth charges or naval gunfire. But Japanese records examined after the war told a different story. There was no record of any Japanese destroyer being sunk on July 30, 1942 in the area where Grenion was operating. In fact, Japanese forces reported no encounters with American submarines on that date. For decades, the fate of USS Grenion remained a complete mystery. Some theorized that she had been sunk by a mine, others suggested mechanical failure or possibly an accident with her own torpedoes. The families of the 70 crew members were left with nothing but questions and the terrible uncertainty of not knowing what had happened to their loved ones. Then, in 2006, something extraordinary happened. The sons of Lieutenant Commander Abel, who had spent years researching their father's fate, announced that they had located the wreck of USS Grenion. Using a combination of historical research, advanced sonar equipment, and sheer determination, they found the submarine lying in over 3,000 feet of water near Kiska Island in the Aleutians. The discovery should have solved the mystery, but instead, it raised even more questions. The wreck showed evidence of a massive explosion that had blown off the submarine's bow section. But the damage pattern was unlike anything typically seen in submarine warfare. The explosion appeared to have originated from within the forward torpedo room, not from an external attack. Marine archaeologists who examined the wreck site found something even more puzzling. Scattered around the submarine were pieces of what appeared to be a Japanese patrol vessel, suggesting that Grenion's final battle had been far more complex than anyone had imagined. It seemed that both vessels had been destroyed in the same engagement, but exactly how remained unclear. One theory suggests that Grenion fired a torpedo at the Japanese vessel, but the torpedo malfunctioned and circled back to strike the submarine. This was a known problem with early American torpedoes, which had faulty magnetic detonators that sometimes caused them to run in circles. But for a torpedo to circle back and strike its launch vessel was extremely rare, and the damage to Grenion seemed too extensive for a single torpedo hit. Another possibility is that Grenion was sunk by one of her own torpedoes that exploded prematurely while still in the torpedo tube. This would explain the massive internal explosion, but it wouldn't account for the Japanese vessel debris found near the wreck site. If Grenion's torpedo had exploded internally, how had she managed to sink an enemy ship in the same engagement? The most intriguing theory is that both vessels were destroyed by some kind of experimental weapon or unusual circumstance that caused simultaneous explosions. During World War II, both sides were developing new types of mines, torpedoes, and explosive devices. It's possible that Grenion and her target both fell victim to some kind of prototype weapon that was being tested in the remote Aleutian waters. The discovery of USS Grenion's wreck provided closure for the families of her crew, but it also highlighted how much we still don't know about submarine warfare during World War II. The ocean depths hold thousands of vessels that vanished without explanation, taking their secrets with them to the bottom. And as our exploration continues, we'll encounter submarines that disappeared under even more mysterious circumstances. But first, let's surface and examine a different type of naval mystery. One that occurred not in the heat of battle, but during what should have been a routine peacetime operation. Because sometimes the most puzzling disappearances happen when everything seems to be going according to plan. The end of World War II brought relief to millions, but for naval forces around the world, it also brought new challenges. Ships that had been built for war needed to be decommissioned, scrapped, or converted for peaceful purposes. Personnel had to be demobilized and returned to civilian life. And in the chaos of this massive transition, some vessels simply fell through the cracks, disappearing from official records as if they had never existed. One such case involved HMS Gamble, a British destroyer that vanished during the post-war period under circumstances so bizarre that they were hushed up by the Admiralty for decades. HMS Gamble was a G-class destroyer built in 1942 and veteran of numerous wartime operations. She had survived the Battle of the Atlantic, participated in the D-Day landings, and served with distinction throughout the war. By all accounts, she was a well-maintained vessel with an experienced crew. In October 1946, HMS Gamble was ordered to proceed from Portsmouth to Gibraltar, where she was to be decommissioned and either sold or scrapped. It was a routine voyage, the kind of trip the ship had made countless times during the war. The crew of 18 men were looking forward to the end of their naval service and returning to civilian life. Weather conditions were favorable and no problems were anticipated. Gamble departed Portsmouth on October 12, 1946, and was expected to arrive in Gibraltar 4 days later. She carried sufficient fuel and supplies for the journey, and her radio equipment was functioning normally. For the first 2 days of the voyage, regular position reports were received, indicating that the ship was proceeding on schedule. But on October 14, the radio reports stopped. When HMS Gamble failed to arrive in Gibraltar on October 16, search and rescue operations were immediately launched. Aircraft from several countries searched the waters between Britain and Spain, while naval vessels combed the sea lanes for any sign of the missing destroyer. The search continued for weeks, covering thousands of square miles of ocean, but no trace of the ship was ever found. The disappearance was particularly puzzling because October 1946 had been a period of unusually calm weather. There were no storms reported along Gamble's route, no enemy action to worry about, and no obvious hazards that could have caused the ship to sink. The destroyer was in good mechanical condition and had recently undergone a complete overhaul. Her crew were all experienced sailors who had served throughout the war. Initial theories focused on possible mechanical failure or collision with another vessel. The English Channel and Bay of Biscay were busy shipping lanes, and it was possible that Gamble had been struck by a merchant vessel and sunk so quickly that no distress signal could be sent. But investigations of shipping traffic during that period found no reports of collisions or unusual incidents. Another possibility was that the ship had suffered some kind of catastrophic explosion, perhaps due to unstable ammunition or fuel. Many warships at the end of World War II were carrying aging ordnance that had become dangerous over time, but HMS Gamble had been thoroughly inspected before departure, and any unsafe materials should have been identified and removed. The most disturbing theory was that HMS Gamble had been the victim of deliberate sabotage. The post-war period was a time of significant political upheaval, with various nationalist and communist groups operating throughout Europe. Some of these groups had access to military equipment and the knowledge to use it. A few well-placed explosives could have sent Gamble to the bottom without leaving any evidence. But as investigators dug deeper into the case, they uncovered information that suggested the disappearance might not have been accidental at all. Documents that were classified for decades revealed that HMS Gamble had been carrying more than just her normal crew and equipment. She had also been transporting a small group of intelligence personnel and several crates of sensitive materials that were being transferred from Britain to the Mediterranean. The nature of these materials was never officially disclosed, but some sources suggest they were related to captured German technology or possibly early nuclear research. If this was true, then HMS Gamble might have been targeted by foreign agents who wanted to prevent this technology from reaching its destination. The disappearance would have been planned and executed with military precision, leaving no trace of what had happened. Another classified document, not released until the 1980s, revealed that on the day HMS Gamble disappeared, Soviet submarines were detected operating in the Bay of Biscay. The Cold War was just beginning, and both sides were actively gathering intelligence and testing each other's capabilities. It's possible that Gamble was sunk by a Soviet submarine as part of a secret operation that was never acknowledged by either government. The families of the 80 men lost with HMS Gamble were told only that the ship had been lost in an accident at sea. They received standard death benefits and condolences, but no details about what had actually happened. For many years they were forbidden from discussing the case publicly, and official records remained classified long after similar wartime incidents had been declassified. In 1987, a French fishing vessel working in the Bay of Biscay reported snagging their nets on what appeared to be a large metal object on the seabed. When the nets were hauled in, they contained pieces of metal that appeared to be from a warship, along with some personal effects that could have belonged to British sailors. But before these items could be properly examined, they were confiscated by French naval authorities and never seen again. More recently, advances in underwater exploration technology have made it possible to search for wrecks in deeper water than ever before. Several private organizations have attempted to locate HMS Gamble using everything from side-scan sonar to remotely operated vehicles. Some claim to have found debris fields that could be from the missing destroyer, but none of these discoveries have been officially confirmed. The case of HMS Gamble illustrates how naval mysteries can persist for decades, hidden by government secrecy and the vast scale of the ocean itself. Even in peacetime, naval vessels faced dangers that went far beyond the traditional hazards of the sea. And as we'll discover, some of the most baffling disappearances occurred not during wartime, but in the years that followed, when new types of conflicts and new technologies created entirely new categories of maritime mystery. But before we leave the World War II era entirely, there's one more case that demands our attention, a mystery that involves not just the disappearance of a single vessel, but the vanishing of an entire naval task force under circumstances that remain unexplained to this day. Task Force 19 was a classified naval operation that officially never existed. According to public records, no such task force was ever formed, no ships were assigned to it, and no missions were conducted under that designation. But classified documents that have since been leaked tell a very different story, one of a secret naval mission that ended in disaster and cover-up. In the spring of 1944, as Allied forces prepared for the D-Day invasion, a small task force was assembled for a highly classified mission in the North Sea. The exact composition of Task Force 19 is still disputed, but most sources agree that it consisted of 4 vessels: 2 destroyers, a light cruiser, and a submarine. The ships were manned by carefully selected crews, many of whom had been transferred from other duties without explanation. The mission of Task Force 19 was apparently related to testing new types of naval technology, possibly including early radar systems, sonar equipment, or even experimental weapons. Some documents suggest that the task force was investigating reports of unusual German submarine activity in the North Sea, while others hint at a connection to the development of nuclear weapons. The truth remains classified to this day. What is known is that Task Force 19 departed from a secret base in Scotland on May 15, 1944, and was expected to return within 2 weeks. The ships maintained radio silence as part of their operational security, so no communications were expected during the mission. But when May 29 came and went without any sign of the task force, concerns began to mount. Search operations were launched in complete secrecy, using aircraft and vessels that were not officially assigned to any mission. The search area covered thousands of square miles of the North Sea, but no trace of any of the 4 ships was ever found. It was as if an entire naval task force had simply vanished into thin air. The disappearance was particularly baffling because the North Sea in 1944 was heavily patrolled by both Allied and German forces. Radar stations along both coasts monitored air and sea traffic constantly. Weather conditions during the period in question had been relatively calm, with no major storms reported. If 4 naval vessels had been sunk by enemy action, someone should have noticed. German naval records captured after the war make no mention of any engagement with an Allied task force during this period. U-boat commanders were required to report all attacks, successful or not, and no reports match the disappearance of Task Force 9. Similarly, German aircraft logs show no major strikes against Allied naval forces in the North Sea during May 19. This led investigators to consider other possibilities. One theory was that the task force had encountered some kind of new German secret weapon, possibly a magnetic mine or advanced torpedo, that left no evidence. Another possibility was that the ships had suffered a catastrophic accident while testing experimental equipment, causing all 4 vessels to be destroyed simultaneously. But perhaps the most intriguing theory is that Task Force 19 was not destroyed at all, but was deliberately made to disappear as part of an even more secret operation. Some researchers believe that the task force was actually a cover story, and that the ships and crews were transferred to a classified project that continued long after the war ended. This would explain why no wreckage was ever found and why the records remain classified decades later. The families of the men assigned to Task Force 19 were told that their loved ones had been killed in action, but were given no details about where or how they died. Death certificates listed vague causes like lost at sea or killed in action with no specific dates or locations. Many families weren't even told which ship their relative had been serving on when they died. In the years following the war, several families attempted to get more information about what had happened to their loved ones. They were stonewalled by bureaucracy and told that the information was classified for national security reasons. Some families hired private investigators, but they were unable to penetrate the wall of secrecy surrounding Task Force 19. The mystery deepened in the 1960s when a former naval officer claimed to have served on one of the ships assigned to Task Force 19. According to his account, the task force had indeed encountered something extraordinary in the North Sea, but it wasn't a German weapon or experimental technology. He claimed that the ships had found evidence of what appeared to be a crashed aircraft of unknown origin, with technology far in advance of anything possessed by either side in the war. According to this witness, the task force was ordered to recover this craft and transport it to a secret facility for analysis. But during the recovery operation, something went wrong. The craft apparently contained some kind of self-destruct mechanism that not only destroyed itself but also caused massive damage to the ships attempting to recover it. The witness claimed that he was one of only a handful of survivors, and that those who survived were sworn to secrecy and given new identities. This account was dismissed by official sources as the fantasy of a disturbed individual, but some researchers have found elements of the story that seem to correlate with other classified incidents from the same time period. During World War II, both sides reported encounters with unidentified flying objects that displayed capabilities far beyond known technology. While most of these reports were attributed to secret enemy aircraft or natural phenomena, a few cases remained unexplained. Whether Task Force 19 encountered advanced German technology, suffered a catastrophic accident, or stumbled upon something even more extraordinary may never be known. The official records remain classified, and most of the personnel who might have had knowledge of the mission are now deceased. The North Sea, where the task force vanished, is one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, but despite thousands of vessels passing through the area over the decades, no trace of the missing ships has ever been found. The case of Task Force 19 represents one of the most complete naval disappearances in recorded history. 4 ships and their entire crews vanishing without a trace during a secret mission that officially never happened. It's a reminder of how much we still don't know about the activities of naval forces during World War II and how many secrets may still lie buried in classified files and at the bottom of the sea. As we move forward in our exploration of naval mysteries, we'll leave the World War II era behind and examine cases from the Cold War period when new technologies and new types of conflicts created entirely new categories of maritime mystery. But the lessons learned from cases like Task Force 19 will continue to resonate, reminding us that sometimes the most extraordinary mysteries are those that are hidden in plain sight. The Cold War brought a new dimension to naval mysteries, one where submarines prowled the depths in a deadly game of nuclear deterrence, and where the line between friend and foe was often blurred by layers of secrecy and deception. During this period, naval vessels didn't just disappear in the heat of battle, they vanished during covert operations that were never officially acknowledged, leaving behind mysteries that remain unsolved decades later. One of the most perplexing cases from this era involves the Soviet submarine K-149, a Gulf-class ballistic missile submarine that disappeared in March 1968, under circumstances that would trigger one of the most ambitious and secretive recovery operations in naval history. But the official story of what happened to K-149 is just the beginning of a mystery that involves espionage, deception, and possibly even sabotage at the highest levels of government. K-129 was not just any submarine, she was part of the Soviet Union's nuclear deterrent force, armed with 3 ballistic missiles capable of striking targets thousands of miles away. The submarine and her crew of 98 men represented the cutting edge of Soviet naval technology, and her missions were among the most closely guarded secrets of the Cold War. In early 1968, K-129 departed from her base at Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky for what should have been a routine deterrent patrol in the North Pacific. For the first few weeks of the patrol, K-129 maintained regular contact with Soviet naval headquarters, transmitting coded messages according to standard procedure. But on March 8, 1968, the submarine's daily communication was missed. When she failed to make contact the following day, Soviet naval forces launched a massive search operation, deploying dozens of ships and aircraft to scour the North Pacific. The search continued for weeks, covering an area larger than most countries, but no trace of K-129 was found. The submarine had simply vanished, taking with her not only 98 crew members but also 3 nuclear-armed ballistic missiles and a treasure trove of classified Soviet technology. For the Soviet Union, the loss was not just a human tragedy but a potential national security disaster. But unknown to the Soviets, the United States Navy had been tracking K-129 through a sophisticated network of underwater listening posts. American intelligence agencies knew approximately where the submarine had been when it disappeared, and within months they had located the wreck lying in over 16,000 feet of water, far beyond the reach of any known salvage technology. What happened next became one of the most audacious covert operations of the Cold War. The CIA, working with billionaire Howard Hughes as a cover, launched Project Azorian, an attempt to raise the entire submarine from the ocean floor using a specially built recovery ship called the Glomar Explorer. The operation took years to plan and execute, cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and involved some of the most advanced deep-sea technology ever developed. But here's where the mystery deepens. According to the official version of events, Project Azorian succeeded in raising only a portion of K-129, recovering some crew remains and limited intelligence materials. The rest of the submarine, including the nuclear missiles and most classified equipment, supposedly broke apart during the lifting operation and fell back to the ocean floor. However, many researchers believe this story is a cover-up designed to hide the full extent of American intelligence gains from the operation. They argue that the entire submarine was successfully recovered, providing the United States with unprecedented access to Soviet nuclear technology and cryptographic systems. If this is true, then the partial recovery story was designed to prevent the Soviets from realizing how badly their security had been compromised. But there's an even more disturbing possibility. Some evidence suggests that K-129 didn't sink due to accident or mechanical failure, but was actually destroyed by a deliberate act of sabotage. Analysis of the wreckage showed explosion damage that was inconsistent with the types of accidents that typically befell submarines. Instead, the damage pattern suggested that K-129 had been destroyed by an internal explosion, possibly caused by sabotage. If K-129 was indeed sabotaged, the question becomes who was responsible. One theory suggests that the submarine was destroyed by rogue elements within the Soviet military who were opposed to the nuclear buildup. Another possibility is that K-129 was sunk by American forces as part of a covert operation to prevent the submarine from completing its mission. The most disturbing theory is that the submarine was destroyed by its own crew as part of an attempted defection that went horribly wrong. This last theory is supported by some unusual circumstances surrounding K-129's final patrol. The submarine's captain was reportedly suffering from personal problems and had made statements critical of Soviet policy. Several crew members had family members who had been arrested by Soviet authorities, giving them potential motives for defection. If the crew had attempted to surrender the submarine to American forces, an internal struggle could have led to the explosion that destroyed the vessel. The truth about K-129 may never be fully known. The submarine's wreckage lies at a depth that makes detailed examination extremely difficult, and both Russian and American governments continue to classify most documents related to the incident. The families of the 98 crew members were told only that their loved ones died in an accident at sea, with no details about the circumstances or location of the sinking. But the mystery of K-129 is just one example of how submarine warfare during the Cold War created entirely new types of naval mysteries. The nuclear-powered submarines that prowled the depths during this period were far more capable than their predecessors. But they were also far more dangerous. When these vessels disappeared, they often took with them secrets that both sides desperately wanted to protect or obtain. The loss of nuclear submarines during the Cold War wasn't just about the vessels themselves, but about the catastrophic consequences of nuclear reactors sinking to the ocean floor. These incidents created environmental hazards that persist to this day, while also raising questions about the true extent of nuclear submarine operations during the period. And nowhere are these concerns more evident than in the case of USS Thresher, whose loss in 1963 marked a turning point in submarine safety and nuclear naval operations. USS Thresher was the lead ship of her class, representing the cutting edge of American submarine technology. She was nuclear-powered, capable of diving deeper than any previous submarine, and armed with sophisticated sonar and weapons systems. When she was commissioned in 1961, Thresher embodied the future of underwater warfare, a vessel that could operate independently for months at a time and strike targets anywhere in the world. But advanced technology came with advanced risks. Nuclear submarines were incredibly complex machines with thousands of systems that had to work perfectly in the unforgiving environment beneath the sea. A single failure could cascade into catastrophe, and the crew would have only minutes to respond before their vessel became a tomb. On April 10, 1963, USS Thresher departed Portsmouth Naval Shipyard for sea trials following a major overhaul. The submarine had undergone extensive modifications, including upgrades to her nuclear reactor and hull systems. Standard procedure required comprehensive testing before the vessel could return to operational status. Accompanying Thresher was USS Skylark, a rescue vessel that would monitor the submarine's diving exercises and maintain communication throughout the trials. The initial tests proceeded normally, with Thresher conducting various maneuvers at different depths while Skylark tracked her progress from the surface. Radio communications were clear and professional, giving no indication of any problems. But at approximately 9:13 a.m., during a deep diving exercise east of Cape Cod, something went catastrophically wrong. The last communication from Thresher was garbled and difficult to understand, but it appeared to indicate that the submarine was experiencing difficulties. The message mentioned something about minor difficulties and attempting to blow, suggesting that the crew was trying to surface using emergency procedures. But then, silence. Despite repeated attempts by Skylark to re-establish contact, USS Thresher never responded again. When the submarine failed to surface at the scheduled time, emergency procedures were immediately activated. Ships and aircraft from across the Atlantic Fleet converged on the area, while specialized rescue equipment was rushed to the scene. But as hours passed without any sign of Thresher, hope began to fade. The submarine was operating in water over 8,000 feet deep, far beyond the reach of any rescue technology available at the time. The search for USS Thresher became one of the largest deep-sea recovery operations ever attempted. Using bathyscaphs and specialized cameras, searchers eventually located debris from the submarine scattered across the ocean floor. The wreckage showed that Thresher had imploded catastrophically, probably due to exceeding her maximum operating depth. All 29 men aboard were killed instantly when the submarine's hull collapsed under the enormous pressure. But the official explanation of what caused Thresher to sink has never been entirely satisfactory. The submarine was operating well within her designed capabilities when she disappeared, and her crew were highly experienced professionals who had conducted similar tests many times before. The suggestion that a routine diving exercise had somehow gone wrong seemed insufficient to explain such a catastrophic failure. Investigators identified several potential causes for the disaster. A flood in the engine room could have caused electrical failures that prevented the submarine from surfacing. A failure in the ballast tank system could have made it impossible to achieve positive buoyancy. Problems with the nuclear reactor could have forced an emergency shutdown, leaving the submarine without power. But none of these scenarios fully explained the rapid sequence of events that led to Thresher's loss. Some researchers have suggested that USS Thresher was the victim of sabotage, possibly by foreign agents who had infiltrated the shipyard during her overhaul. The submarine had undergone extensive modifications, and it would have been possible for someone with access to install devices designed to cause catastrophic failure during deep diving operations. This theory would explain why the disaster occurred during what should have been a routine test. Another possibility is that Thresher was destroyed by some kind of experimental weapon or technology that was being tested in the area. The early 1960s were a period of rapid technological development, with both sides in the Cold War experimenting with new types of weapons and detection systems. If an experimental weapon had malfunctioned during testing, it could have caused damage to nearby vessels without leaving obvious evidence. But perhaps the most disturbing theory is that USS Thresher was deliberately sacrificed to test the effects of nuclear reactor failure in deep water. During the early years of nuclear submarine operations, there was significant concern about what would happen if a reactor-powered vessel sank in deep water. Some researchers believe that Thresher was used as an unwitting test subject, with her crew never knowing that their routine sea trials were actually part of a classified experiment. The loss of USS Thresher had profound implications for submarine design and operations. New safety systems were developed, training procedures were revised, and emergency protocols were implemented throughout the submarine fleet. But for the families of the 29 men who died with the submarine, no amount of procedural changes could answer the fundamental question of what had really happened to their loved ones. The wreck of USS Thresher remains on the ocean floor, officially designated as a grave site that is off-limits to unauthorized exploration. But even today, more than 60 years after the disaster, new questions continue to emerge about the circumstances of her loss. Declassified documents have revealed that there were other submarines operating in the area at the time of the incident, and that some aspects of Thresher's final mission were more classified than originally acknowledged. The case of USS Thresher illustrates how nuclear technology added new dimensions to naval mysteries. When these vessels were lost, they didn't just take their crews with them, they also created long-term environmental and security concerns that persist to this day. And as we'll see, the Soviet Union faced similar challenges with their nuclear submarine fleet, often with even more devastating consequences. The Soviet nuclear submarine program during the Cold War was both ambitious and reckless, pushing the boundaries of technology while often ignoring basic safety considerations. Soviet submarines were built quickly and cheaply, with less attention to crew safety than their Western counterparts. This approach led to numerous accidents and several mysterious disappearances that remain unexplained to this day. One of the most puzzling cases involves the Soviet submarine K-8, a November-class nuclear attack submarine that was lost in 1970, under circumstances that highlighted the deadly risks of early nuclear submarine operations. K-8 was one of the first Soviet nuclear submarines representing a quantum leap in underwater capability, but also embodying all the dangers inherent in rushed technological development. On March 8, 1970, K-8 was conducting operations in the Bay of Biscay when a fire broke out in the submarine's torpedo compartment. The fire quickly spread through the vessel's ventilation system, filling multiple compartments with toxic smoke and disabling critical systems. The submarine was forced to surface, but the fire continued to rage out of control, threatening the nuclear reactor and potentially causing a catastrophic explosion. Soviet naval forces launched an immediate rescue operation, dispatching ships and aircraft to assist the stricken submarine. But the fire aboard K-8 was beyond the crew's ability to control, and toxic gases were making it impossible for them to remain at their posts. As the situation deteriorated, the decision was made to abandon ship, with crew members being evacuated to rescue vessels. But here's where the official story becomes questionable. According to Soviet records, 52 crew members died in the incident, most from smoke inhalation and burns sustained while fighting the fire. The submarine herself eventually sank after the fire damaged her buoyancy system. It was recorded as a tragic accident, the kind of incident that was unfortunately common during the early years of nuclear submarine operations. However, Western intelligence sources tell a different story. According to their information, K-8 was not conducting routine operations when the fire occurred, but was actually involved in a highly classified mission related to nuclear weapons testing. The submarine was allegedly carrying experimental nuclear devices when the fire broke out, adding a catastrophic dimension to an already dangerous situation. If this version of events is accurate, then the fire aboard K-8 may not have been accidental at all, but could have been caused by a malfunction in the experimental weapons she was carrying. The toxic gases that killed so many crew members might not have come from burning insulation and equipment, but from radioactive materials that were released when the experimental devices were damaged by the fire. This theory would explain several puzzling aspects of the K-8 incident. Why was the submarine operating so far from her home base? Why were rescue ships already in the area when the emergency occurred, and why did so many crew members die so quickly from what should have been a manageable fire? If K-8 was carrying unstable nuclear materials, then even a small fire could have quickly become a radiological disaster. The wreck of K-8 lies in over 15,000 feet of water, making detailed examination extremely difficult. But radiation monitoring in the area has detected levels that are higher than would be expected from the submarine's reactor alone, suggesting that other radioactive materials may be present. This evidence supports the theory that K-8 was carrying experimental nuclear devices when she was lost. The families of the crew members who died on K-8 were told that their loved ones had perished in an accidental fire, with no mention of any classified mission or experimental weapons. They received standard death benefits and honors, but were forbidden from discussing the incident publicly. Even today, many details of the K-8 loss remain classified by Russian authorities. But K-8 was not the only Soviet submarine to disappear under mysterious circumstances during the Cold War. The Soviet Navy lost several nuclear submarines during this period, often with official explanations that seemed inadequate to account for the scale of the disasters. And in some cases, submarines simply vanished without any explanation at all. One such case involves the Soviet submarine K-20, which was lost in 1986 in circumstances that nearly triggered a nuclear confrontation between the superpowers. K-20 was a Yankee-class ballistic missile submarine, one of the Soviet Union's most important strategic assets. On October 3, 1986, while conducting a patrol in the Atlantic Ocean east of Bermuda, K-20 suffered what was officially described as an explosion in one of her missile tubes. The explosion caused massive damage to the submarine and triggered a series of secondary fires and floods. The crew fought desperately to save their vessel, but the damage was too extensive. With toxic gases filling the submarine and the nuclear reactor threatening to melt down, the captain made the decision to abandon ship. K-219 sank to the ocean floor, taking with her 16 nuclear-armed ballistic missiles and creating a potential environmental disaster. But the official Soviet account of what happened to K-219 was immediately disputed by American intelligence sources. According to U.S. Navy personnel who were monitoring the area, K-219 had been involved in a collision with an American submarine that was shadowing her patrol. The collision had caused the explosion in the missile tube and led to the submarine's eventual loss. If this version of events is true, then the loss of K-219 was not an accident, but the result of an underwater collision between nuclear-armed submarines from both superpowers. Such an incident could easily have escalated into a full-scale nuclear confrontation, making it one of the most dangerous moments of the entire Cold War. The fact that both sides worked to cover up the true circumstances suggests that both governments understood how close they had come to disaster. The area where K-29 sank has been monitored for radiation leaks ever since, as the submarine's nuclear reactor and ballistic missiles pose a long-term environmental threat. Attempts have been made to seal the wreck and prevent the spread of radioactive materials, but the extreme depth makes such operations extremely difficult and dangerous. The case of K-219 illustrates how submarine operations during the Cold War existed in a gray area between peace and war, where even routine patrols could lead to incidents with global implications. The crews of these submarines were engaged in a deadly game of cat and mouse, often operating in close proximity to enemy vessels while carrying weapons capable of destroying entire cities. But perhaps the most mysterious Soviet submarine incident of the Cold War era involves a vessel that officially never existed. According to Soviet naval records, no submarine designated K-278 was ever built or commissioned. But Western intelligence sources have long maintained that such a vessel did exist and that she was lost during a highly classified operation in the Arctic Ocean. The submarine that didn't exist was allegedly a special operations vessel, designed for missions that were too sensitive even for the regular nuclear submarine fleet. She was reportedly smaller than conventional submarines but equipped with advanced technology that allowed her to operate in areas that were normally inaccessible. Her crew were specially selected personnel who had undergone extensive security screening and specialized training. In the winter of 1989, this Phantom submarine allegedly departed from a secret base in the Soviet Arctic for a mission that was known only to the highest levels of government. The exact nature of the mission remains unclear, but some sources suggest it was related to the placement or recovery of underwater surveillance equipment in American territorial waters. Others believe the submarine was involved in testing new types of nuclear weapons or delivery systems. Whatever the mission, the submarine never returned. Search operations were conducted in complete secrecy, using vessels and aircraft that were not officially assigned to any mission. But no trace of the missing submarine was ever found, and officially no search ever took place because no submarine had been lost. The families of the crew members were told that their loved ones had died in various training accidents or been transferred to other assignments. Death certificates were issued with false dates and locations, and records were altered to remove any trace of the men's actual assignments. Some families didn't learn the truth about their loved ones' fate until after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The mystery of the submarine that didn't exist highlights how the Cold War created an entire shadow world of naval operations that were never officially acknowledged. Submarines that didn't exist conducted missions that never happened, and when these vessels were lost, they simply vanished from all records as if they had never been built. As we move beyond the Cold War era, we'll discover that naval mysteries didn't end with the fall of the Soviet Union. Modern technology has created new types of vessels and new categories of disappearances that are just as puzzling as anything from the past. But the lessons learned from Cold War submarine incidents continue to resonate, reminding us that some of the most important naval operations are those that are never officially acknowledged. The end of the Cold War brought significant changes to naval operations around the world. But it didn't end the phenomenon of mysterious disappearances at sea. If anything, the proliferation of new technologies and the emergence of new types of conflicts created entirely new categories of maritime mysteries. Modern naval vessels are equipped with satellite communications, GPS navigation, and sophisticated radar systems that should make disappearances virtually impossible. Yet ships continue to vanish without explanation, often under circumstances that are more puzzling than anything from the past. One such case involves the MV Salem, a cargo vessel that disappeared in 1980 under circumstances that would make it one of the most baffling maritime mysteries of the modern era. The Salem was not a military vessel, but her disappearance would involve intelligence agencies, international conspiracies, and theories that challenged everything experts thought they knew about ship security. MV Salem was a Lebanese registered cargo ship, 450 feet long and capable of carrying over 10,000 tons of freight. She was owned by a company with connections throughout the Middle East and had previously been used to transport everything from grain to manufactured goods. But in January 1980, Salem was chartered for a very different type of cargo, one that would make her disappearance a matter of international concern. The ship was loaded with a cargo of uranium ore, officially destined for a nuclear facility in Italy. The uranium was not weapons-grade material, but it was valuable and potentially dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands. International regulations required strict security measures for such shipments, including armed guards and constant monitoring by maritime authorities. Salem departed from a port in Turkey on January 16, 1980, following a route that would take her through the Mediterranean Sea to her destination in Italy. The weather was calm and no problems were anticipated. For the first few days of the voyage, everything proceeded normally, with the ship maintaining regular contact with shipping authorities and following her planned route. But on January 19, radio contact with MV Salem was lost. When attempts to raise the ship on radio failed, maritime authorities began tracking her progress using coastal radar stations. The ship appeared to be continuing on course, but she was no longer responding to communications. This was unusual, but not necessarily cause for immediate alarm, as radio equipment could fail without affecting a ship's ability to navigate. However, when Salem failed to arrive at her scheduled destination on January 23, search and rescue operations were launched. Aircraft from several countries searched the waters along Salem's planned route, while naval vessels combed the sea for any sign of the missing ship. The search continued for weeks, covering thousands of square miles of the Mediterranean, but no trace of the vessel was ever found. The disappearance was particularly puzzling because the Mediterranean is one of the most heavily trafficked and monitored bodies of water in the world. Radar stations along the coasts of multiple countries track all vessel movements, and it should have been impossible for a ship the size of Salem to simply vanish without being detected. Yet somehow, that's exactly what had happened. Initial theories focused on possible hijacking or piracy. The uranium cargo would have been valuable to terrorist organizations or rogue nations seeking to develop nuclear weapons. If Salem had been seized by such a group, the ship could have been taken to a remote location where the cargo could be unloaded and the vessel destroyed to eliminate evidence. But investigations by international intelligence agencies found no evidence of terrorist involvement. No organization claimed responsibility for the disappearance, and there were no reports of uranium appearing on black markets around the world. If Salem had been hijacked for her cargo, the perpetrators had been remarkably successful in covering their tracks. Another theory suggested that Salem had been the victim of a state-sponsored operation, possibly by a country seeking to acquire uranium for its nuclear program. Several nations in the region were known to be developing nuclear capabilities, and the theft of a uranium shipment would have provided valuable material for such programs. If this was the case, then Salem's crew might have been eliminated to prevent them from revealing what had happened. But perhaps the most disturbing theory is that MV Salem never actually disappeared at all. Some researchers believe that the ship's disappearance was staged as part of a covert operation to transfer the uranium to a secret destination. According to this theory, Salem was deliberately made to vanish so that her cargo could be delivered without triggering international monitoring systems. If this theory is correct, then Salem's crew might have been willing participants in the deception, or they might have been eliminated to maintain secrecy. The ship herself could have been repainted, renamed, and put back into service under a false identity, while the uranium was delivered to its real destination through channels that avoided official oversight. Evidence supporting this theory includes the fact that no debris from Salem was ever found, despite extensive searches in relatively shallow water. Modern cargo ships are built with materials that don't easily sink, and even if Salem had been destroyed, some wreckage should have been recovered. The complete absence of any physical evidence suggests that the ship might not have been destroyed at all. Furthermore, records show that several vessels matching Salem's description were registered under different names in various countries during the months following her disappearance. While these could have been coincidences, some researchers believe they represent the same ship operating under false identities. The case of MV Salem illustrates how modern shipping can still be vulnerable to the same types of mysteries that plagued maritime trade for centuries. Despite advanced technology and international monitoring systems, a large cargo ship carrying dangerous materials was able to vanish without a trace. The implications for maritime security are sobering, particularly given the potential consequences if similar incidents involved more dangerous cargoes. But Salem's disappearance was just one example of how modern naval mysteries often involve more than just the loss of vessels and crews. In an interconnected world where shipping carries everything from consumer goods to weapons of mass destruction, the disappearance of a single ship can have implications that reach far beyond the maritime industry. As we continue our exploration of modern naval mysteries, we'll encounter cases where advanced technology has created new types of vulnerabilities, and where the traditional boundaries between military and civilian shipping have become increasingly blurred. The ocean that once seemed vast and empty is now crisscrossed by shipping lanes carrying cargoes that could reshape the balance of power between nations, making every disappearance a potential international incident. The transformation of global shipping in the late 20th century created new opportunities for both legitimate commerce and illicit activities. Container ships capable of carrying thousands of standardized boxes revolutionized international trade, but they also made it easier to conceal dangerous or illegal cargoes. Naval intelligence agencies found themselves monitoring not just military vessels, but also civilian ships that might be carrying weapons, drugs, or other contraband. This blurring of the lines between military and civilian shipping is exemplified by the case of the MV Kursk, a container vessel that disappeared in 1987 under circumstances that suggested involvement by multiple intelligence agencies. Despite sharing a name with the famous Russian submarine that was lost in 2000, this Kursk was a civilian vessel whose disappearance would reveal the hidden world of maritime espionage that flourished during the final years of the Cold War. MV Kursk was a Soviet-flagged container ship, built in East Germany and operated by a shipping company with close ties to the Soviet government. At 600 feet long and capable of carrying over 1,500 containers, she was one of the largest vessels in the Soviet merchant fleet. But intelligence sources later revealed that Kursk was more than just a cargo ship. She was also a platform for intelligence gathering and covert operations. Like many Soviet merchant vessels during the Cold War, Kursk was equipped with sophisticated electronic surveillance equipment disguised as routine navigation and communication system. Her crew included intelligence officers posing as ordinary sailors, and her cargo manifests often concealed weapons and military equipment bound for Soviet allies around the world. In September 1987, Kursk departed from the port of Murmansk with a cargo that was officially listed as industrial machinery bound for Cuba. The ship's route would take her through the North Atlantic, around the western coast of Africa, and across the South Atlantic to Havana. It was a journey that Soviet merchant vessels had made countless times before, carrying everything from consumer goods to military hardware to Cuba's communist government. For the first week of the voyage, Kursk maintained regular contact with Soviet shipping authorities, transmitting routine position reports and weather observations. But on September 15, while the ship was approximately 400 miles west of Ireland, her daily communication was missed. When attempts to contact the vessel failed, concern began to mount among Soviet naval authorities. The situation became more serious when Western intelligence agencies reported that they had also lost track of Kursk. NATO naval forces had been monitoring the ship's progress as part of routine surveillance of Soviet shipping, but their tracking systems had also lost contact with the vessel. It was as if the ship had simply vanished from the face of the earth. Search operations were launched by both Soviet and Western naval forces, though neither side officially acknowledged that they were looking for the same missing vessel. The search area covered thousands of square miles of the North Atlantic, but no trace of Kursk was found. Weather conditions during the period had been relatively calm, making it unlikely that the ship had been lost due to natural causes. The disappearance became even more mysterious when intelligence agencies began investigating Kursk's actual cargo. According to classified sources, the ship had not been carrying ordinary industrial machinery, but rather sophisticated electronic equipment and possibly even nuclear materials bound for Soviet installations in Cuba. If this cargo had fallen into the wrong hands, it could have represented a significant intelligence compromise for the Soviet Union. Western intelligence agencies immediately suspected that Kursk had been the target of a covert operation designed to intercept her cargo. The ship could have been seized by special forces, her crew eliminated or taken prisoner, and her cargo transferred to another vessel. Such an operation would have required careful planning and significant resources, but it was well within the capabilities of major intelligence agencies. But Soviet authorities had their own theories about what had happened to Kursk. They suspected that the ship had been deliberately scuttled by her own crew as part of a defection attempt. Several members of Kursk's crew had family members in the West, and there had been reports of dissatisfaction among Soviet merchant sailors regarding their working conditions and pay. If the crew had attempted to defect with their ship, they might have tried to make contact with Western authorities while at sea. But such an attempt could have triggered a violent confrontation among the crew, possibly leading to the ship's destruction. Alternatively, the crew might have successfully defected, but been forced to scuttle their vessel to prevent Soviet forces from recapturing it. The truth about MV Kursk's fate may never be known, as both Soviet and Western authorities classified most documents related to the incident. The end of the Cold War brought revelations about many covert operations, but the Kursk case remained largely hidden from public view. Some researchers believe this secrecy continues because the incident involved activities that violated international law or caused significant loss of life. In the years following Kursk's disappearance, several containers matching those known to have been aboard the ship were found washed ashore along the coasts of Ireland and Scotland. The containers were empty, but forensic analysis suggested they had recently contained electronic equipment. This evidence supported theories that the ship's cargo had been transferred to another vessel, but it also raised questions about why empty containers would have been discarded at sea. More intriguingly, in 1991, a fishing vessel working off the coast of Iceland reported finding debris that appeared to be from a large cargo ship. The debris included pieces of hull plating with Cyrillic markings, suggesting a Soviet origin, but before the debris could be properly examined, it was confiscated by Icelandic authorities and never seen again. The case of MV Kursk illustrates how civilian shipping during the Cold War existed in a shadowy world where legitimate commerce was intertwined with espionage and covert operations. Cargo ships weren't just carrying goods from one port to another, they were also platforms for intelligence gathering, weapons smuggling, and political intrigue. When these vessels disappeared, they often took with them secrets that both sides desperately wanted to protect or obtain. As the Cold War ended and new conflicts emerged, this pattern of dual-use shipping continued. Civilian vessels were increasingly used for military purposes, while military operations were often disguised as commercial activities. This made it increasingly difficult to distinguish between legitimate disappearances and those that involved deliberate deception or covert operations. The rise of international terrorism in the 1990s and 2000s added yet another dimension to maritime security concerns. Terrorist organizations needed ways to transport weapons, personnel, and supplies across international borders, and shipping offered one of the most effective methods. A single container ship could carry enough explosives to level a city block, or enough weapons to arm a small army. This new threat environment is exemplified by the case of the MV Limburg, a French tanker that was attacked by terrorists in 2002 while anchored off the coast of Yemen. The attack was initially thought to be an accident, but investigation revealed that the ship had been deliberately targeted by suicide bombers using a small boat loaded with explosives. The incident demonstrated how vulnerable civilian shipping had become to asymmetric warfare tactics. But the Limburg attack, dramatic as it was, represented only one type of threat facing modern shipping. Other vessels simply disappeared without any evidence of terrorist involvement, leaving investigators to wonder whether they had been victims of more sophisticated operations that left no obvious traces. One such case involves the MV Stellar Dawn, a cargo ship that vanished in 2003 while carrying a mixed cargo from Europe to Asia. Stellar Dawn was a relatively modern vessel, equipped with satellite communication systems and GPS navigation that should have made her virtually impossible to lose track of. Yet somehow she managed to disappear without sending any distress signals or providing any indication of what had happened to her. The ship was last seen leaving the Suez Canal, bound for Singapore with a cargo that included automobiles, machinery, and consumer electronics. Her route would take her through the Red Sea, around the Horn of Africa, and across the Indian Ocean, following shipping lanes that were heavily traveled and regularly patrolled by international naval forces. For the first week of the voyage, Stellar Dawn maintained regular contact with her owners and shipping authorities, transmitting routine position reports and status updates. But on March 15, 2003, while the ship was somewhere in the Arabian Sea, all communications ceased. When attempts to contact the vessel failed, maritime authorities began tracking her using satellite monitoring systems. The satellite data showed that Stellar Dawn continued moving for several hours after her last radio transmission, following a course that gradually deviated from her planned route. But then even the satellite signal was lost, as if the ship's transponder had been deliberately disabled. From that point on, there was no trace of the vessel or her cargo. Search operations covered thousands of square miles of the Indian Ocean, using aircraft and naval vessels from multiple countries. But despite extensive efforts, no trace of Stellar Dawn was ever found. The ship had simply vanished, taking with her a crew of 24 men and cargo worth millions of dollars. The disappearance was particularly puzzling because the Indian Ocean in 2003 was heavily patrolled due to anti-piracy operations and the ongoing conflict in Afghanistan. Multiple navies maintained a presence in the region, and commercial shipping was subject to regular inspections and monitoring. For a large cargo ship to disappear in such a well-watched area seemed virtually impossible. Investigators considered several theories for what might have happened to Stellar Dawn. Piracy was an obvious possibility, as Somali pirates were becoming increasingly active in the region. But piracy typically involved seizing ships for ransom, not making them disappear entirely. If pirates had taken Stellar Dawn, they would have been expected to make ransom demands or attempt to sell the cargo. Another theory suggested that the ship had been destroyed by some kind of catastrophic accident, possibly an explosion or fire that had spread too quickly for the crew to send a distress signal. Modern cargo ships carry many dangerous materials, and a chain reaction of explosions could potentially destroy a vessel so completely that little wreckage would remain. But perhaps the most disturbing theory is that Stellar Dawn was deliberately made to disappear as part of an insurance fraud scheme. The ship and her cargo were insured for tens of millions of dollars, and maritime insurance fraud had become an increasingly common problem. If the ship's owners had arranged for her disappearance, they could have collected the insurance money while secretly selling the cargo through black market channels. This theory would explain why no wreckage was ever found and why the ship's transponder was apparently disabled. The crew might have been willing participants in the scheme, or they might have been eliminated to prevent them from revealing the truth. The ship herself could have been repainted and renamed, allowing her to continue operating under a false identity. The case of MV Stellar Dawn illustrates how modern shipping has become vulnerable to new types of sophisticated crimes that combine traditional piracy with advanced technology and international finance. The globalization of maritime trade has created opportunities for criminals to exploit gaps in international law and enforcement, making it possible for entire ships to disappear without leaving any trace. But as we'll see, even more mysterious cases were yet to come, involving vessels that vanished under circumstances that challenged everything experts thought they knew about maritime security and safety. The ocean that had once seemed like humanity's final frontier was becoming a realm where anything seemed possible, and where the line between reality and imagination was increasingly difficult to distinguish. The dawn of the 21st century brought revolutionary changes to maritime technology, with vessels that were more sophisticated, more closely monitored, and theoretically more secure than anything that had come before. Satellite tracking, digital communications, and automated safety systems should have made ship disappearances virtually impossible. Yet paradoxically, some of the most baffling maritime mysteries of all time occurred during this period of technological advancement. One such case involves the MV Malaysian Star, a container ship that disappeared in 2004 under circumstances so bizarre that they challenged the fundamental assumptions about how modern vessels operate. The Malaysian Star was not just any cargo ship, she was a showcase of maritime technology, equipped with systems that were supposed to make her unsinkable and impossible to lose. The ship was 800 feet long and capable of carrying over 8,000 containers, making her one of the largest cargo vessels in the world at the time. Her navigation systems included multiple GPS units, sophisticated radar and satellite communications that provided real-time contact with shipping authorities around the globe. Her hull was divided into multiple watertight compartments, and her safety systems were designed to prevent the kinds of disasters that had claimed ships in the past. Malaysian Star's crew of 32 were all highly trained professionals, many with decades of experience in international shipping. The ship's captain had an exemplary safety record and was considered one of the most competent mariners in the fleet. When the vessel departed from Rotterdam in May 2004, bound for Singapore with a mixed cargo of electronics, automobiles and machinery, there was no reason to expect anything other than a routine voyage. The ship's route would take her through the Mediterranean, Suez Canal, Red Sea, and Indian Ocean, following shipping lanes that were among the busiest and most closely monitored in the world. Multiple tracking systems would monitor her progress every step of the way, and regular communications were scheduled with both her owners and maritime authorities. For the first 2 weeks of the voyage, everything proceeded exactly as planned. Malaysian Star maintained her schedule, transmitted regular position reports, and showed no signs of any problems. Her automated systems sent continuous data streams to monitoring centers, providing real-time information about everything from engine performance to weather conditions. But on May 28, 2004, while the ship was transiting the Red Sea, approximately 200 miles south of the Suez Canal, something extraordinary happened. All communications from Malaysian Star suddenly ceased. Not just radio communications, but also the automatic data transmissions from her various monitoring systems. It was as if the entire ship had been switched off like a television set. Maritime authorities immediately attempted to re-establish contact, but received no response. Satellite tracking showed that the ship was still moving, following a course that was roughly consistent with her planned route. But she was no longer responding to any communications, and her automatic systems had gone silent. Within hours, search and rescue operations were launched, with aircraft and naval vessels converging on the area where Malaysian Star was last known to be operating. The Red Sea is a relatively narrow body of water, heavily trafficked and closely monitored, making it seem impossible for a ship of that size to simply vanish. But that's exactly what happened. Despite extensive searches by multiple countries, no trace of Malaysian Star was ever found. The ship had been there one moment and gone the next, leaving behind no wreckage, no oil slick, and no indication of what had happened to her or her crew. The disappearance was particularly baffling because modern container ships are designed to be virtually unsinkable. Their hulls are divided into multiple watertight compartments, and they carry enough safety equipment to handle almost any emergency. For Malaysian Star to have sunk so quickly that no distress signal could be sent would have required damage on a scale that was difficult to imagine. Investigators considered every possible explanation. Terrorist attack was an obvious possibility, as the Red Sea had been the site of previous incidents involving ships and explosive devices. But no terrorist organization claimed responsibility for the attack, and intelligence agencies found no evidence of terrorist activity in the area. Piracy was another theory, but Red Sea pirates typically operated in small boats that would have been no match for a ship the size of Malaysian Star. Even if pirates had somehow managed to board the vessel, they would have faced overwhelming resistance from the crew, and it would have been virtually impossible for them to eliminate all traces of such a large ship. The most disturbing theory emerged when investigators began examining the cargo manifest more carefully. Among the containers loaded onto Malaysian Star were several that were listed as containing industrial equipment, but whose actual contents remained classified. Intelligence sources later suggested that these containers might have held advanced military technology or sensitive materials that several nations were eager to obtain. If Malaysian Star had been carrying classified cargo, then her disappearance might have been the result of a state-sponsored operation designed to intercept these materials. Such an operation would have required extensive planning and resources, including the ability to make an 800-foot container ship vanish without a trace. The implications of such capabilities were sobering for maritime security experts worldwide. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of the Malaysian Star case was what happened in the months following her disappearance. Several containers matching the specifications of those known to have been aboard the ship began appearing in ports around the world, often with their original identification numbers filed off or altered. These containers were typically discovered during routine customs inspections, but by the time authorities attempted to trace their origins, the trail had gone cold. More disturbing still were reports from maritime insurance investigators who claimed to have identified Malaysian Star herself operating under a different name and flag. According to these unconfirmed reports, the ship had been spotted in various ports around the Indian Ocean, but whenever authorities attempted to board and inspect the vessel, she would mysteriously depart before they could arrive. The case of Malaysian Star represented a new type of maritime mystery, one where advanced technology seemed to have made disappearances more, not less, mysterious. Despite being equipped with multiple tracking systems and safety devices, the ship had vanished as completely as any sailing vessel from centuries past. The incident raised troubling questions about the security of global shipping and the possibility that even the most sophisticated vessels could be made to disappear by those with sufficient resources and motivation. As reports of Malaysian Star's alleged reappearances continued to circulate, maritime authorities began to realize that they were dealing with something unprecedented. Traditional ship disappearances had been permanent, vessels were lost and never seen again. But Malaysian Star seemed to exist in a liminal state, simultaneously vanished and still operating, officially missing but unofficially present in shipping lanes around the world. This phenomenon would become known as ghost shipping, where vessels that had officially disappeared continued to operate under false identities. Ghost ships were not supernatural entities, but rather very real vessels that had been deliberately made to vanish from official records while continuing to function in the shadows of international commerce. The implications of ghost shipping extended far beyond simple maritime fraud. If criminal organizations or hostile nations could make commercial vessels disappear and reappear at will, then the entire system of international shipping security was at risk. Cargo that officially didn't exist could be transported anywhere in the world without triggering customs or security inspections. The Malaysian Star case also highlighted how the vastness of the ocean could still swallow even the largest vessels, despite modern tracking technology. The Red Sea, where the ship had disappeared, covers over 170,000 square miles and reaches depths of more than 9,000 feet. Even with satellite monitoring and radar coverage, there were still vast areas where a ship could potentially operate undetected if her crew was determined to remain hidden. But Malaysian Star was not the only vessel to vanish during this period of technological advancement. As maritime trade continued to expand and new shipping routes opened around the world, more ships began disappearing under circumstances that defied conventional explanation. Each case seemed to reveal new vulnerabilities in the global shipping system and new ways that determined actors could exploit these weaknesses. One such case involved the MV Arctic Pioneer, a specialized ice-class cargo vessel that disappeared in 2005 while attempting to navigate the Northwest Passage. Arctic Pioneer was built specifically for operations in polar waters, with a reinforced hull designed to withstand ice damage and advanced navigation systems adapted for the extreme conditions of the Arctic Ocean. The ship was carrying a mixed cargo of supplies and equipment destined for research stations and mining operations in the Canadian Arctic. Her route would take her through some of the most challenging waters in the world, where ice conditions could change rapidly and weather systems could appear with little warning. But Arctic Pioneer's crew were experienced in polar navigation, and the ship herself was considered one of the most capable ice-class vessels ever built. The Northwest Passage had been used by explorers and traders for centuries, but climate change was making the route increasingly accessible to commercial shipping. Several nations were competing to establish sovereignty over these new shipping lanes, and vessels like Arctic Pioneer were at the forefront of efforts to develop regular commercial traffic through Arctic waters. Arctic Pioneer departed from Murmansk in late August 2005, when ice conditions were at their most favorable for navigation. The ship's planned route would take her along the northern coast of Russia through the Beaufort Sea and eventually to ports in western Canada. Weather forecasts suggested favorable conditions for the entire voyage, and no significant problems were anticipated. For the first week of the voyage, Arctic Pioneer maintained regular contact with both Russian and Canadian maritime authorities, transmitting position reports and ice condition updates that were valuable for both navigation and scientific research. The ship was making good progress despite challenging ice conditions, and her crew reported no significant problems. But on September 7, 2005, while Arctic Pioneer was transiting waters north of the Canadian Arctic archipelago, her regular communications schedule was missed. Attempts to contact the vessel by radio proved unsuccessful, and her automated emergency beacon remained silent. Given the extreme conditions in which the ship was operating, the loss of communications was immediately treated as a serious emergency. Search and rescue operations in the Arctic present unique challenges. The remoteness of the region means that rescue assets are limited and response times are measured in days rather than hours. Weather conditions can change rapidly, making flying dangerous or impossible, and the presence of shifting ice fields can make navigation treacherous even for experienced polar vessels. Despite these challenges, an extensive search operation was launched, involving aircraft and vessels from multiple nations. The search area covered thousands of square miles of some of the most inhospitable waters on Earth, where temperatures remained below freezing even in late summer and where ice floes could crush even reinforced hulls. But no trace of Arctic Pioneer was ever found. The ship had vanished as completely as if she had never existed, leaving behind no wreckage, no oil slick, and no indication of what had happened to her crew of 18. The disappearance was particularly puzzling because Arctic vessels are equipped with multiple emergency systems designed specifically for polar conditions, including survival suits, emergency shelters, and satellite emergency beacons. The loss of Arctic Pioneer raised troubling questions about the safety of commercial shipping in polar waters. Climate change was opening new shipping routes through the Arctic, but these routes presented dangers that were not fully understood. Ice conditions that appeared favorable could change rapidly, trapping vessels or creating pressure ridges that could crush even the strongest hulls. But investigators also considered the possibility that Arctic Pioneer's disappearance might have been related to the increasingly tense geopolitical situation in the Arctic. Several nations were making competing claims to Arctic territories and resources, and military activities in the region had increased significantly. If Arctic Pioneer had inadvertently entered disputed waters or witnessed sensitive military operations, she might have been intercepted by forces that preferred to keep their activities secret. The cargo manifest for Arctic Pioneer included several containers whose contents were listed only as research equipment and geological survey materials. Some intelligence sources suggested that this equipment might have been related to underwater mapping or mineral exploration activities that could have strategic implications for Arctic sovereignty claims. If Arctic Pioneer had been carrying sensitive survey equipment, then several nations might have had motives for intercepting the vessel. The Arctic Ocean contains vast untapped reserves of oil and natural gas, and detailed geological surveys could provide valuable intelligence about the location and extent of these resources. Nations competing for Arctic territories might have viewed such surveys as threats to their own sovereignty claims. The disappearance of Arctic Pioneer also highlighted the unique challenges of conducting search and rescue operations in polar waters. The Arctic Ocean remains one of the least understood and most dangerous maritime environments on Earth, where even modern technology can be overwhelmed by extreme conditions. Vessels that disappear in Arctic waters often remain lost forever, swallowed by an environment that gives up its secrets reluctantly, if at all. In the years following Arctic Pioneer's disappearance, several other vessels were lost in Arctic waters under similarly mysterious circumstances. The pattern suggested that polar shipping presented risks that were not fully appreciated by the maritime industry, and that the race to exploit new Arctic shipping routes might be proceeding faster than safety considerations warranted. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of these Arctic disappearances was how little attention they received from international media or maritime authorities. Unlike disappearances in heavily trafficked shipping lanes, vessels lost in polar waters often vanished from public consciousness as quickly as they vanished from the ocean. The remoteness of these regions meant that there were few witnesses to maritime disasters, and fewer still who were in a position to demand answers about what had happened. This pattern of neglect became particularly apparent in the case of the MV Polar Dawn, another ice-class vessel that disappeared in 2006 while attempting to traverse waters north of Greenland. Polar Dawn was carrying a cargo of mining equipment and supplies destined for a remote research station. But like Arctic Pioneer, she vanished without sending any distress signals or providing any indication of what had happened to her crew. The search for Polar Dawn was even more limited than the effort to find Arctic Pioneer, hampered by budget constraints and the reluctance of multiple nations to commit resources to operations in disputed waters. The ship's disappearance received minimal media coverage, and within months the incident had been largely forgotten by everyone except the families of the missing crew members. This pattern of disappearing ships and disappearing stories reflected a larger truth about modern maritime mysteries. In an age of global communications and 24-hour news cycles, it was still possible for vessels and their crews to vanish completely from public awareness. The ocean remained vast enough to swallow not just ships but also the memory of those ships and the people who sailed in them. As we moved deeper into the 21st century, this phenomenon would become even more pronounced. Ships would continue to disappear, but so would the stories of their disappearances, lost in the noise of an information-saturated world where yesterday's mysteries quickly became tomorrow's forgotten footnotes. The rise of global terrorism in the early 21st century added an entirely new dimension to maritime security concerns. Ships were no longer just vulnerable to traditional threats like piracy and severe weather. They were now potential weapons that could be used to attack coastal cities or strategic installations. The realization that a single cargo vessel could carry enough explosives to level entire city blocks transformed how authorities viewed maritime security. This new threat environment is exemplified by the case of the MV Global Patriot, a container ship that disappeared in 2007 under circumstances that immediately triggered international security alerts. Global Patriot was not just any cargo vessel. She was carrying a mixed cargo that included chemicals and industrial materials that could potentially be used to create weapons of mass destruction. The ship was owned by a complex network of shell companies with connections to multiple countries, making it difficult for authorities to determine who was actually responsible for her operations. Her crew included nationals from several different countries, and her cargo had been loaded at ports in different continents, creating a paper trail that was almost impossible to follow. Global Patriot departed from a port in Pakistan in early October 2007, officially bound for a destination in Eastern Europe. Her cargo manifest listed chemicals for industrial use, fertilizers for agricultural purposes, and various manufactured goods. But intelligence agencies had been monitoring the ship for weeks, suspecting that her real cargo might be very different from what appeared on official documents. The ship's route would take her through the Arabian Sea, around the Horn of Africa, and up through the Red Sea toward the Suez Canal. This was a heavily traveled shipping lane, but it was also a route that passed through waters where terrorist organizations were known to operate. If Global Patriot was indeed carrying dangerous materials, then her journey would take her through areas where those materials could easily be transferred to hostile actors. For the first week of the voyage, Global Patriot maintained regular communications and appeared to be following her planned route. But intelligence agencies were tracking her progress using multiple methods, including satellite surveillance and signals intelligence. What they discovered was deeply troubling. According to classified sources, Global Patriot made several unscheduled stops during her voyage, rendezvousing with smaller vessels in international waters where such meetings could not be easily monitored by coastal authorities. These meetings appeared to involve the transfer of cargo, but it was impossible to determine what materials were being moved or in which direction. The situation became critical on October 15, 2007, when Global Patriot deviated from her planned route and began heading toward waters off the coast of Somalia. This was an area known for high levels of piracy activity, but it was also a region where terrorist organizations had established supply networks and training camps. Maritime authorities immediately increased their monitoring of Global Patriot, but the ship's communications became increasingly erratic. Her crew began missing scheduled check-ins, and her automatic identification system began transmitting conflicting position data. It appeared that someone was deliberately trying to conceal the ship's true location and intentions. The crisis reached its peak on October 18 when all communications from Global Patriot suddenly ceased. Unlike previous disappearances where ships had simply vanished, this case was different because intelligence agencies had been actively monitoring the vessel. They knew exactly where she had been and approximately when she had gone silent. Search operations were launched immediately, but they were complicated by the fact that Global Patriot had disappeared in waters that were effectively controlled by Somali pirates and terrorist organizations. Naval vessels from multiple countries converged on the area, but they faced the risk of armed confrontation with hostile forces who might be protecting the missing ship. The search revealed evidence that Global Patriot had indeed been in the area, including debris that appeared to be from containers and equipment that matched her cargo manifest. But there was no sign of the ship herself or her crew. More ominously, there was no evidence of the chemicals and industrial materials that had been the primary concern of intelligence agencies. The disappearance of Global Patriot's cargo raised immediate fears about terrorist plots involving weapons of mass destruction. The chemicals aboard the ship could potentially be used to create improvised explosive devices, chemical weapons, or radiological dispersal devices. If these materials had fallen into the hands of terrorist organizations, they could pose a threat to civilian populations anywhere in the world. Intelligence agencies launched a massive investigation to track the missing cargo, monitoring black market networks and terrorist communications for any indication that the materials from Global Patriot were being offered for sale or used in weapons development. The investigation continued for years, but no definitive evidence was ever found of what had happened to the ship's dangerous cargo. Some investigators believed that Global Patriot had been deliberately scuttled after her cargo had been transferred to terrorist organizations. This would explain why debris from the ship had been found but not the vessel herself. The crew might have been eliminated to prevent them from revealing what had happened, or they might have been willing participants in a conspiracy to transfer dangerous materials to hostile actors. Others suggested that the entire incident might have been an elaborate deception designed to make it appear that dangerous materials had been stolen when they had actually been secretly transferred to legitimate recipients. According to this theory, Global Patriot's disappearance was staged to provide cover for a covert operation involving the transfer of sensitive materials between allied intelligence agencies. The case of Global Patriot illustrated how modern shipping had become intertwined with international security concerns in ways that would have been unimaginable in previous eras. A single cargo vessel could now carry enough dangerous materials to threaten millions of people, and the complex international nature of modern shipping made it extremely difficult to monitor and control such cargoes. The incident also highlighted the challenges facing maritime security in an age of global terrorism. Traditional approaches to maritime safety focused on natural hazards like storms and mechanical failures, but the new threat environment required authorities to consider the possibility that ships themselves might be weapons or that their cargoes might be destined for use in terrorist attacks. In the years following Global Patriot's disappearance, maritime security measures were significantly enhanced, with new requirements for cargo screening, crew background checks, and vessel tracking. But these measures came at a significant cost, both in terms of money and the efficiency of international trade. The balance between security and commerce remained a constant challenge for authorities around the world. The Global Patriot case also demonstrated how ship disappearances in the modern era often involved much more than simple maritime disasters. These incidents frequently had international implications, involving intelligence agencies, terrorist organizations, and geopolitical conflicts that extended far beyond the maritime domain. When modern ships disappeared, they often took with them secrets that multiple nations desperately wanted to protect or obtain. As maritime trade continued to expand and new threats emerged, the phenomenon of mysterious ship disappearances evolved to match the changing times. Each new case seemed to reveal previously unknown vulnerabilities in the global shipping system, and new ways that determined actors could exploit these weaknesses for their own purposes. The evolution of maritime technology in the early 21st century promised to make shipping safer and more secure than ever before. Advanced radar systems, satellite communications, and automated safety equipment were supposed to eliminate the kinds of disasters that had plagued shipping for centuries. But paradoxically, some of the most baffling disappearances in maritime history occurred during this period of unprecedented technological sophistication. The case of the MV Digital Horizon, which vanished in 2008, perfectly exemplifies this paradox. Digital Horizon was not just a cargo ship, she was a floating showcase of cutting-edge maritime technology. Every system aboard the vessel was computerized. From navigation and communications to cargo handling and safety equipment, the ship was designed to be virtually autonomous, capable of operating with minimal human intervention. Digital Horizon was 900 feet long and capable of carrying over 10,000 containers, making her one of the largest cargo vessels in the world at the time. But her size was not her most remarkable feature. The ship was equipped with an integrated computer system that monitored every aspect of her operation, from engine performance to weather conditions. This system was connected to satellite networks that provided real-time data to shipping companies and maritime authorities around the world. The vessel's crew of 28 were all specialists in computerized ship operations, trained to work with systems that were far more advanced than anything previously deployed in commercial shipping. The ship's captain was a veteran mariner who had been specifically chosen to oversee the transition from traditional navigation methods to fully computerized operations. When Digital Horizon departed from Hamburg in September 2008, bound for Shanghai with a cargo of European-manufactured goods, she represented the future of maritime transportation. Her route would take her through the Mediterranean, Suez Canal, Red Sea, and Indian Ocean, following shipping lanes that were among the most heavily monitored in the world. The ship's computerized systems transmitted continuous data streams to monitoring centers operated by her owners, providing real-time information about her position, speed, cargo status, and mechanical condition. This level of monitoring was unprecedented in commercial shipping, theoretically making it impossible for the vessel to encounter problems without immediately alerting authorities. For the first 3 weeks of the voyage, Digital Horizon performed exactly as designed. Her computerized systems functioned flawlessly, providing detailed reports on every aspect of her operation. The ship maintained her schedule precisely, and her crew reported no problems with any of the advanced systems aboard the vessel. But on October 12, 2008, while Digital Horizon was transiting the Indian Ocean approximately 500 miles southeast of Sri Lanka, something unprecedented happened. The ship's sophisticated computer systems began reporting anomalous data. Navigation sensors indicated the vessel was simultaneously in multiple locations, while cargo monitor systems reported that containers were being loaded and unloaded, while the ship was in the middle of the ocean. Initially, technicians assumed they were dealing with a computer malfunction. Digital Horizon's systems were so advanced that they were prone to occasional glitches, and remote diagnostics suggested that the problems could be resolved with a simple system restart. But when attempts were made to contact the ship's crew to initiate the restart procedure, no response was received. The situation escalated rapidly when satellite tracking indicated that Digital Horizon had begun making radical course changes, deviating from her planned route in ways that made no navigational sense. The ship appeared to be sailing in circles, then heading toward shallow waters where her deep draft would make navigation impossible. Maritime authorities immediately attempted to contact Digital Horizon using every available communication method, but the ship remained silent. Her automated systems continued transmitting data, but the information was increasingly erratic and contradictory. It was as if the ship's computer brain had gone insane, generating random data while the vessel herself sailed on a course that defied all logic. Emergency response teams were dispatched to the area, but they faced a unique challenge. Digital Horizon's computerized systems made her highly automated, but they also made her potentially dangerous if those systems malfunction. The ship's engines, steering and safety systems were all computer-controlled, and if the computers had failed, the vessel might be completely out of control. When search aircraft finally located Digital Horizon 3 days later, what they found was deeply disturbing. The ship was indeed sailing in circles, following a precise geometric pattern that repeated every few hours. Her lights were on, her engines were running, but there was no sign of life aboard the vessel. It was as if Digital Horizon had become a ghost ship, sailing the ocean under the control of malfunctioning computers. Attempts to board the vessel revealed the full extent of the mystery. Digital Horizon's crew had vanished completely, leaving behind no indication of what had happened to them. Their personal belongings remained in their quarters, meals were left half-finished in the galley, and the ship's log showed no indication of any emergency or unusual circumstances. More disturbing still was the condition of the ship's computerized systems. Instead of showing signs of malfunction, the computers appeared to be functioning perfectly, following programming that seemed designed to make the vessel sail in endless circles. It was as if someone had deliberately reprogrammed Digital Horizon's systems to create this bizarre behavior. The cargo holds told an even stranger story. Several containers had been opened and their contents removed, but there was no indication of how this had been accomplished or where the missing cargo had gone. The ship's automated cargo handling systems showed no record of any cargo operations, yet hundreds of containers had clearly been accessed. Investigation teams faced the unprecedented challenge of determining what had happened aboard a ship that had been almost entirely automated. Traditional maritime accident investigation relied heavily on interviews with surviving crew members and examination of manual logbooks and navigation records. But Digital Horizon's crew had vanished and her records existed only in computerized form that might have been tampered with. Forensic analysis of the ship's computer systems revealed that they had been accessed by someone with sophisticated knowledge of maritime automation systems. The programming changes were so subtle and complex that they could only have been made by someone with intimate knowledge of Digital Horizon's specific systems. This suggested that the incident was not the result of a random malfunction, but rather a deliberate act of sabotage. The implications were staggering. If someone could remotely access and control a ship's computerized systems, then the entire automated shipping industry was vulnerable to cyber attacks. A single hacker with sufficient skills could potentially take control of multiple vessels, using them as weapons or simply making them disappear. The missing crew of Digital Horizon was never found, despite extensive searches of the surrounding ocean. Their fate remains one of the most disturbing aspects of the case. 28 experienced mariners had vanished without a trace, leaving behind no bodies, no life rafts, and no indication of how they had left the ship. Some investigators theorized that the crew had been forced to abandon ship by some kind of emergency, possibly related to the computer malfunction. But if this was the case, why had they left no distress signal, and why had their bodies never been recovered? The Indian Ocean is vast, but modern life rafts are equipped with emergency beacons that should have made them easy to locate. A more disturbing theory suggested that the crew had been deliberately eliminated by whoever had taken control of the ship's systems. If Digital Horizon had been the target of a sophisticated cyber attack, then the attackers might have needed to remove the crew to prevent them from regaining control of the vessel. This would explain why the crew had vanished so completely and why the ship had continued operating under computer control. The case of Digital Horizon marked a turning point in maritime security, highlighting vulnerabilities that had never been considered before. As ships became increasingly automated and connected to global communication networks, they also became vulnerable to cyber attacks that could have devastating consequences. The incident led to a comprehensive review of maritime cybersecurity practices, with new requirements for protecting ship systems from unauthorized access. But these measures came too late to prevent additional incidents, and Digital Horizon's disappearance proved to be the first of several cases involving cyber attacks on commercial shipping. The fate of Digital Horizon herself remained a mystery for several years after the incident. The ship was eventually recovered and returned to port, but her owners were reluctant to put her back into service. The vessel had become a symbol of the vulnerabilities of automated shipping, and insurance companies were unwilling to cover ships that might be susceptible to similar attacks. Digital Horizon was eventually sold to a shipbreaking company and dismantled, but not before intelligence agencies had thoroughly examined her systems in an attempt to understand how they had been compromised. The investigation revealed that the attack had been far more sophisticated than initially suspected, involving multiple layers of infiltration and control systems that had been designed to remain hidden from conventional security measures. The techniques used to compromise Digital Horizon's systems were so advanced that they suggested the involvement of a state-sponsored cyber warfare unit rather than individual hackers. This raised troubling questions about which nations might have the capability to launch such attacks and what their motivations might be. The Digital Horizon incident also highlighted how modern shipping had become dependent on computer systems that were not originally designed for the harsh maritime environment. Many of the cybersecurity measures that were standard in land-based systems had never been properly adapted for use aboard ships, where communication links were often unreliable and technical support was limited. As the maritime industry struggled to adapt to these new threats, additional cases of cyber attacks on shipping began to emerge. Each incident revealed new vulnerabilities and new ways that determined attackers could exploit the increasing computerization of maritime operations. The phenomenon of automated ships sailing without crews, which had been demonstrated so dramatically by Digital Horizon, became known as zombie shipping. These vessels continued operating under computer control long after their human crews had vanished, following programmed routes that might take them anywhere in the world. The implications of zombie shipping extended far beyond maritime safety. If hostile actors could take control of cargo ships and operate them remotely, then these vessels could be used to transport weapons, contraband, or even weapons of mass destruction without any human witnesses. The ocean, which had always been difficult to monitor and control, became an even more dangerous place in the age of cyber warfare. As maritime authorities grappled with these new challenges, they faced the sobering realization that the technology that was supposed to make shipping safer had also made it more vulnerable to entirely new types of threats. The ocean that had once been conquered by human skill and courage was now being dominated by computer algorithms and cyber weapons that most mariners didn't even understand. The transformation of maritime warfare in the 21st century extended beyond commercial shipping to encompass military vessels that were increasingly reliant on computerized systems and satellite communications. Modern naval vessels were equipped with sophisticated radar systems, electronic warfare capabilities, and automated weapons systems that made them far more powerful than their predecessors. But these same systems also created new vulnerabilities that hostile actors were quick to exploit. The case of the USS Prometheus, a guided missile destroyer that disappeared in 2009 during a routine patrol mission, illustrated how even the most advanced military vessels could be vulnerable to the new forms of warfare that characterized the digital age. The Prometheus was not just any naval vessel. She was a testbed for experimental technologies that represented the cutting edge of naval warfare. The destroyer was equipped with an integrated combat system that combined radar, sonar, communications, and weapons control into a single computerized network. This system was designed to give the ship's crew unprecedented situational awareness and the ability to engage multiple targets simultaneously. But the integration of these systems also created a single point of failure that could potentially compromise the entire vessel. Prometheus was conducting operations in the South China Sea, an area where tensions between multiple nations had been escalating for several years. The destroyer's mission was officially described as a freedom of navigation operation, designed to assert international rights to operate in international waters. But intelligence sources later suggested that the ship was also conducting electronic surveillance of military installations and naval activities in the region. The destroyer's crew of 280 were all specialists in advanced naval warfare, trained to operate systems that were far more sophisticated than anything previously deployed in naval operations. The ship's captain was a veteran of multiple combat deployments, who who had been specifically chosen to oversee the testing of experimental technologies. For the first week of the patrol, Prometheus performed exactly as designed. Her advanced systems functioned flawlessly, providing detailed intelligence on naval and air activities throughout the region. The ship's electronic warfare systems were particularly effective at intercepting and analyzing enemy communications, providing valuable intelligence to naval headquarters. But on November 15, 2009, while Prometheus was operating approximately 200 miles southeast of Hainan Island, her routine communications with naval headquarters were suddenly interrupted. The ship's scheduled radio check-in was missed, and attempts to contact the vessel proved unsuccessful. The loss of communications with a naval vessel is always treated as a serious emergency, but the situation with Prometheus was particularly concerning because of the sensitive nature of her mission and the advanced technologies aboard the ship. If the vessel had been compromised, then classified information about naval capabilities could be at risk. Search and rescue operations were launched immediately, but they were complicated by the fact that Prometheus had disappeared in waters that were claimed by multiple nations. The South China Sea is one of the most contested maritime regions in the world, where territorial disputes between China, Vietnam, Philippines, and other nations had created a complex web of competing sovereignty claims. Naval vessels from multiple countries converged on the area where Prometheus was last known to be operating, but their search efforts were hampered by diplomatic tensions and the risk of military confrontation. Each nation was reluctant to allow foreign warships to operate in waters they claimed as their own, making coordinated search efforts extremely difficult. When the search did finally begin in earnest, it revealed evidence that Prometheus had indeed been in the area, including debris that appeared to be from electronic equipment and communications gear. But there was no sign of the ship herself or her crew. More troubling still, there was no evidence of the classified technologies that had been the primary reason for the ship's deployment. The disappearance of Prometheus's advanced systems raised immediate concerns about technology transfer to hostile nations. The ship's integrated combat system represented years of research and development, and its loss could provide enemy forces with valuable intelligence about American naval capabilities. Intelligence agencies launched a massive investigation to determine what had happened to Prometheus and her crew. Satellite imagery from the time of the disappearance was analyzed frame by frame, and signals intelligence was reviewed for any indication of what had occurred. But the investigation revealed a disturbing truth about the vulnerability of modern naval systems. According to classified sources, Prometheus had been the target of a sophisticated cyber attack that had compromised her integrated combat system. The attack had been launched from multiple locations simultaneously, making it impossible for the ship's crew to identify the source or implement effective countermeasures. The cyber attack had begun with what appeared to be routine electronic surveillance of the ship's communications systems. But this surveillance had been a cover for a much more sophisticated operation designed to penetrate the ship's classified networks and gain control of her operational systems. Once inside the ship's computer networks, the attackers had been able to access everything from navigation systems to weapons controls. They had effectively taken control of the entire vessel, turning her advanced systems against her own crew. This explained why Prometheus had been able to disappear so completely, despite being equipped with multiple tracking and communication systems. The attack on Prometheus represented a new form of naval warfare that most military planners had never seriously considered. Instead of sinking enemy ships with torpedoes or missiles, hostile forces could now capture them intact using cyber weapons. This gave attackers access not just to the vessel herself but also to all of her classified systems and information. The fate of Prometheus's crew became a matter of intense speculation and concern. Traditional naval warfare resulted in casualties that could be counted and identified, but cyber warfare created new categories of missing personnel whose fate was unknown. Had the crew been killed in the cyber attack, or had they been taken prisoner? Were they still alive somewhere? Or had they been eliminated to prevent them from revealing what had happened? Intelligence agencies spent years trying to determine the fate of the 280 crew members who had vanished with Prometheus. Signals intelligence was monitored for any indication that the crew were being held prisoner, and diplomatic channels were used to make discreet inquiries about their status. But no definitive information was ever obtained about what had happened to them. The loss of Prometheus also raised troubling questions about the security of other naval vessels, equipped with similar systems. If one ship could be compromised and captured using cyber weapons, then the entire naval fleet might be vulnerable to similar attacks. This realization led to a comprehensive review of naval cybersecurity practices and the development of new defensive measures. But the Prometheus incident also highlighted the challenges of defending against cyber attacks in the maritime environment. Naval vessels operate in international waters where communication links are often unreliable and where it can be difficult to distinguish between legitimate and hostile electronic signals. The same global communication networks that enabled modern naval operations also created pathways that could be exploited by enemy forces. In the years following the Prometheus incident, several other naval vessels were lost under similarly suspicious circumstances. Each case revealed new vulnerabilities in naval systems and new ways that cyber weapons could be used to compromise even the most heavily defended ships. The phenomenon of naval vessels being captured and controlled by cyber weapons became known as digital piracy. Unlike traditional piracy, which involved boarding and seizing ships through physical force, digital piracy allowed attackers to take control of vessels from thousands of miles away using nothing more than computer networks and sophisticated software. The implications of digital piracy for naval warfare were staggering. If enemy forces could capture and control friendly naval vessels, then they could use those ships as weapons against their own fleets or coastal installations. A single compromised vessel could potentially cause far more damage than any conventional weapon. The case of USS Prometheus marked the beginning of a new era in naval warfare, where the most sophisticated weapons systems could be turned against their own operators by determined cyber attackers. The ocean that had once been dominated by the largest guns and fastest ships was now controlled by whoever had the most advanced computer systems and the most skilled hackers. As naval forces around the world struggled to adapt to these new threats, they faced the sobering realization that the technology that had made their ships more powerful had also made them more vulnerable. The same computer networks that enabled unprecedented coordination and firepower also created pathways that could be exploited by enemy forces seeking to turn those capabilities against their own operators. The evolution of naval warfare in the digital age had created a new type of conflict where the battle for control of the seas was fought not with cannons and torpedoes, but with algorithms and computer viruses. The traditional rules of naval engagement had become obsolete, replaced by a form of warfare that most military commanders barely understood. The phenomenon of disappearing vessels reached a new level of complexity and international significance, with the case of the MV Stellar Meridian, a specialized research vessel that vanished in 2010 while conducting what was officially described as oceanic survey work. But Stellar Meridian was not just any research ship. She was a platform for some of the most advanced underwater exploration technology ever developed, and her disappearance would have implications that extended far beyond the maritime domain. Stellar Meridian was operated by a consortium of international organizations, including several universities, research institutes, and technology companies. The ship was equipped with sophisticated sonar systems, underwater vehicles, and deep-sea drilling equipment that made her capable of exploring the ocean floor in unprecedented detail. Her crew included some of the world's leading experts in marine geology, underwater archaeology, and deep-sea exploration. The vessel's official mission was to conduct a comprehensive survey of underwater mineral deposits in the Pacific Ocean, focusing on areas where rare earth elements and other valuable materials might be found in commercially viable quantities. This was legitimate scientific work that could have significant economic implications, as the world's demand for rare earth elements continued to grow while land-based sources became increasingly scarce. But intelligence sources later revealed that Stellar Meridian was also conducting classified research for several government agencies, using her advanced capabilities to map underwater terrain that could be strategically important for submarine operations. The ship's sonar systems were capable of creating detailed three-dimensional maps of the ocean floor, information that would be invaluable for naval forces planning submarine missions in the region. Stellar Meridian departed from Honolulu in March 2010, bound for a research area in the Central Pacific, where geological surveys had suggested the presence of significant mineral deposits. Her route would take her through some of the deepest waters in the world, where the ocean floor was largely unexplored and where new discoveries were possible with every dive. The ship's crew of 45 included not just marine scientists and engineers, but also several individuals whose backgrounds suggested connections to intelligence agencies and military research programs. This unusual crew composition reflected the dual nature of Stellar Meridian's mission, combining legitimate scientific research with classified activities that served national security interests. For the first month of the expedition, Stellar Meridian's work proceeded exactly as planned. The ship's advanced sonar systems mapped thousands of square miles of previously unexplored ocean floor, while her underwater vehicles collected samples from depths that had never been reached before. The research team made several significant discoveries, including what appeared to be substantial deposits of rare Earth elements. But on April 18, 2010, while Stellar Meridian was operating approximately 1,200 miles southwest of Hawaii, her routine communications with research headquarters were suddenly interrupted. The ship's scheduled data transmission was missed, and attempts to contact the vessel proved unsuccessful. The loss of communications with a research vessel is not necessarily cause for immediate alarm, as scientific ships often operate in remote areas where communication links can be unreliable. But Stellar Meridian was equipped with multiple communication systems, including satellite links that should have made communication failures virtually impossible. When attempts to re-establish contact continued to fail, concern began to mount among the organizations sponsoring the research expedition. Stellar Meridian was carrying equipment worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and her research data represented years of work by some of the world's leading scientists. The loss of the ship would be a catastrophe for the scientific community. But the real concern was for the classified aspects of Stellar Meridian's mission. If the ship had been compromised, then sensitive information about underwater terrain and submarine capabilities could be at risk. Intelligence agencies immediately classified the incident and began their own investigation into what had happened to the vessel. Search operations were launched using both civilian and military assets, but they faced the challenge of covering a vast area of deep ocean where conventional search methods were largely ineffective. The Pacific Ocean in the area where Stellar Meridian had disappeared was over 15,000 feet deep, making it extremely difficult to locate and examine any wreckage that might exist. Satellite imagery from the time of the disappearance was analyzed in detail, but revealed no indication of what had happened to Stellar Meridian. The ship had been there one day and gone the next, leaving behind no oil slick, no debris, and no indication of distress. It was as if the vessel had simply been erased from existence. The investigation took a disturbing turn when intelligence analysts began examining the ship's final data transmissions. According to classified sources, Stellar Meridian's sonar systems had detected something unusual on the ocean floor in the hours before the ship's disappearance. The sonar data suggested the presence of artificial structures at depths where no human activity should have been possible. These structures appeared to be large, geometrically regular, and clearly artificial in origin. They were located at depths of over 12,000 feet, far beyond the reach of conventional underwater construction techniques. The discovery raised immediate questions about their origin and purpose, and whether they might be connected to Stellar Meridian's disappearance. Some researchers suggested that the structures might be the remains of previously unknown shipwrecks, possibly dating back centuries to a time when such vessels would not have been recorded in historical documents. But the size and geometric regularity of the structures seemed inconsistent with traditional shipbuilding techniques from any historical period. More disturbing were theories that the structures might be of extraterrestrial origin, representing artifacts left by non-human intelligence. While such theories were officially dismissed by government agencies, the classified nature of the investigation and the reluctance of authorities to discuss the findings publicly only fueled further speculation. The most plausible explanation, according to intelligence sources, was that the structures were man-made installations built by a foreign power for purposes that remained unclear. Several nations had been developing advanced underwater construction capabilities, and it was theoretically possible that such installations could have been built in secret. If foreign underwater installations were indeed present in the area, then Stellar Meridian's disappearance might have been the result of a deliberate act to prevent the discovery from becoming public. The ship's advanced sonar systems would have created detailed maps of the structures, information that could have revealed their purpose and the identity of their builders. The fate of Stellar Meridian's crew became a matter of intense speculation. Unlike previous disappearances where entire crews had vanished without explanation, intelligence agencies believed that at least some of Stellar Meridian's personnel might still be alive. If the ship had been captured rather than destroyed, then her crew might be being held in an underwater facility connected to the mysterious structures. This possibility led to one of the most unusual rescue operations in maritime history. Deep-sea exploration vehicles were deployed to search for signs of Stellar Meridian and her crew, using sonar and underwater cameras to examine the ocean floor in unprecedented detail. The operation was conducted in complete secrecy, with participants required to sign agreements that prohibited them from discussing their activities for decades. The underwater search revealed additional evidence of artificial structures on the ocean floor, but no sign of Stellar Meridian herself. The structures appeared to be connected by what looked like transportation tunnels, suggesting a complex underwater facility that extended over a large area. But the extreme depth and the apparent sophistication of the installation made it impossible to determine who had built it or what its purpose might be. The case of Stellar Meridian represented a new type of maritime mystery, one where the disappearance of a vessel led to discoveries that challenged fundamental assumptions about human capabilities and the nature of underwater exploration. The incident raised questions that went far beyond traditional maritime safety concerns, touching on issues of national security, scientific discovery, and possibly even contact with non-human intelligence. In the years following Stellar Meridian's disappearance, several other research vessels were lost under similarly mysterious circumstances. Each incident seemed to occur in areas where advanced sonar systems had detected unusual underwater structures, suggesting a pattern that extended far beyond random maritime accidents. The phenomenon became known among intelligence agencies as deep water interference, referring to incidents where vessels conducting underwater research disappeared after making discoveries that challenged conventional understanding of ocean floor geography. These cases were typically classified immediately, with public information about the disappearances limited to brief statements about equipment failures or adverse weather conditions. The families of crew members lost in these incidents were provided with standard death benefits and condolences, but were also required to sign non-disclosure agreements that prevented them from discussing the circumstances of their loved ones' disappearances. This created a pattern of secrecy that surrounded deep-sea research activities and made it difficult for the public to understand the true risks faced by those who explored the deepest parts of the ocean. The Stellar Meridian case also highlighted the increasing militarization of ocean exploration, where civilian research vessels were increasingly used for activities that served national security rather than purely scientific purposes. The line between exploration and espionage had become increasingly blurred, making it difficult to determine whether missing vessels were victims of accidents or deliberate acts of warfare. As deep-sea exploration technology continued to advance and more nations developed underwater capabilities, the pattern of mysterious disappearances in the deep ocean seemed likely to continue. Each new case added to a growing body of evidence that the deepest parts of the ocean contained secrets that some parties were willing to kill to protect. The ocean floor, which had once seemed like the final frontier for human exploration, had become a contested domain where scientific discovery could trigger international incidents and where the search for knowledge carried risks that extended far beyond the traditional dangers of maritime exploration. The transformation of global maritime security in the 21st century reached a critical juncture with the disappearance of the MV Oriental Star, a passenger vessel that vanished in 2011 under circumstances that would force authorities to confront the reality that even civilian ships carrying hundreds of innocent people were not immune to the new forms of warfare that characterized the modern era. Oriental Star was not a military vessel or a ship carrying sensitive cargo. She was a cruise ship designed to carry tourists and business travelers between ports in Southeast Asia, operating on routes that had been considered safe and routine for decades. Her disappearance would demonstrate that the traditional distinction between military and civilian targets had become meaningless in an age where any vessel could be turned into a weapon or a source of valuable intelligence. The ship was 750 feet long and capable of carrying over 2,000 passengers and crew, making her one of the largest passenger vessels operating in Asian waters. She was owned by a consortium of international investors and operated under a flag of convenience that made it difficult to determine exactly who was responsible for her safety and security. Oriental Star's passenger manifest on her final voyage included citizens from over 30 countries, ranging from wealthy tourists on luxury vacations to business travelers conducting routine commercial activities. The diversity of her passengers reflected the globalized nature of modern travel, where a single vessel could carry people from around the world who had no connection to each other except their shared desire to reach their destinations safely. The ship departed from Singapore on June 15, 2011, bound for a series of ports in Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Her route would take her through some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, where hundreds of vessels passed each day carrying everything from consumer goods to crude oil. The area was heavily patrolled by Coast Guard and naval forces from multiple nations, making it seem like one of the safest maritime regions in the world. For the first 3 days of the voyage, Oriental Star followed her planned itinerary exactly, making scheduled stops and maintaining regular communications with port authorities and her operating company. Passengers enjoyed the ship's amenities and entertainment programs with no indication that anything was amiss. But on June 18, while Oriental Star was transiting waters between Vietnam and the Philippines, her routine evening communication with her home office was missed. When attempts to contact the ship proved unsuccessful, concern began to mount among company officials and maritime authorities. The situation escalated rapidly when it became clear that Oriental Star was not responding to any communications and was not following her planned route. Satellite tracking showed that the ship had deviated from her scheduled course and was heading toward waters that were not part of her itinerary. More troubling still, the ship's automatic identification system had stopped transmitting, making it impossible to track her movements using conventional methods. Emergency response teams were activated immediately, but they faced the challenge of locating a large passenger ship that had effectively vanished from all tracking systems. The South China Sea, where Oriental Star had disappeared, covers over 1.4 million square miles and includes some of the most complex and contested waters in the world. Search operations were launched by multiple nations, with aircraft and naval vessels from several countries converging on the area where the ship was last known to be operating. But the search efforts were complicated by territorial disputes and diplomatic tensions that made coordinated operations extremely difficult. When Oriental Star was finally located 4 days later, what search teams found was deeply disturbing. The ship was anchored in a remote bay off the coast of an uninhabited island, with no signs of life aboard the vessel. Her lights were on and her engines were running, but there was no response to radio calls or visual signals from search aircraft. The decision to board Oriental Star required careful planning, as authorities had no idea what they might find aboard the vessel. The ship could have been the victim of piracy, terrorism, or some kind of catastrophic accident that had left her crew unable to respond to communications. Alternatively, the entire incident could have been some kind of elaborate deception designed to conceal other activities. When boarding teams finally reached Oriental Star, they discovered a scene that would haunt maritime security experts for years to come. The ship's 2,100 passengers and crew had vanished completely, leaving behind no indication of what had happened to them or how they had left the vessel. Personal belongings remained in passenger cabins, meals were left half-finished in the dining rooms, and the ship's entertainment systems were still playing music to empty lounges and theaters. It was as if everyone aboard the ship had simply disappeared in an instant, leaving behind no clues about their fate. The ship's bridge showed no signs of struggle or emergency, and her navigation logs indicated normal operations right up until the moment when communications had been lost. There was no evidence of mechanical failure, fire, or any other emergency that might have required the evacuation of passengers and crew. More disturbing still was the discovery that Oriental Star's lifeboats and emergency equipment remained in place and unused. If the passengers and crew had been forced to abandon ship, they would have taken the lifeboats and activated emergency beacons. But all of the ship's safety equipment was exactly where it should have been, suggesting that no emergency evacuation had taken place. The investigation into Oriental Star's empty state revealed evidence of something unprecedented in maritime history. According to forensic analysis, Over 2,000 people had been removed from the ship in an organized manner that left no physical evidence of how the operation had been conducted. Security cameras throughout the ship had been disabled or their memory systems erased, making it impossible to determine what had happened during the period when the vessel had gone missing. But technical analysis suggested that the cameras had been turned off by someone with detailed knowledge of the ship's systems, not by random vandalism or equipment failure. The most disturbing discovery was made in the ship's medical center, where investigators found evidence that passengers and crew might have been sedated before being removed from the vessel. Medical supplies including large quantities of sedatives and anesthetics were missing, and traces of these substances were found in the ship's water system. If passengers and crew had indeed been drugged, it would explain how over 2,000 people could have been removed from the ship without any signs of struggle or resistance. But it would also suggest a level of planning and organization that few criminal enterprises could have managed. Intelligence agencies immediately classified the Oriental Star investigation, recognizing that the incident had implications that extended far beyond simple piracy or terrorism. The ability to make over 2,000 people disappear without leaving any evidence suggested capabilities that were normally associated with state-sponsored operations rather than criminal organizations. The fate of Oriental Star's passengers and crew became the subject of intense speculation and investigation. Unlike previous maritime disappearances where relatively small numbers of people had been lost, this case involved thousands of individuals from dozens of countries, making it impossible to keep the incident completely secret. Diplomatic channels were used to make discreet inquiries about the missing passengers, but no foreign government acknowledged having any knowledge of their whereabouts. Intelligence agencies monitored communications and financial transactions for any indication that ransom demands might be made, but no such demands were ever received. Some investigators theorized that the passengers and crew had been taken to facilitate some kind of massive human trafficking operation, but the logistics of such an operation seemed almost impossible to manage. Moving over 2,000 people without detection would have required extensive resources and coordination that few criminal organizations possessed. A more disturbing theory suggested that the Oriental Star incident might have been a test of capabilities by a hostile nation, designed to demonstrate their ability to conduct large-scale population removal operations. If this was the case, then the missing passengers might have been taken as leverage for future diplomatic negotiations or as subjects for intelligence gathering. The Oriental Star case marked a watershed moment in maritime security, demonstrating that even large passenger vessels carrying thousands of innocent civilians were not immune to the new forms of warfare that characterized the 21st century. The incident forced authorities to confront the reality that traditional approaches to passenger ship security were inadequate in an age where entire populations could be made to disappear without leaving any trace. In the years following the Oriental Star incident, passenger ship security measures were significantly enhanced, with new requirements for tracking systems, communication redundancy, and emergency response procedures. But these measures could not address the fundamental vulnerability that the case had revealed. In an interconnected world where sophisticated actors could access and control almost any system, no vessel was truly safe from those with sufficient resources and determination. The families of the missing passengers and crew were provided with support and assistance, but they were also required to sign agreements that limited their ability to discuss the incident publicly. This created a conspiracy of silence that surrounded the case, making it difficult for the public to understand the true implications of what had happened. The Oriental Star incident represented a new category of maritime mystery, one where the disappearance of a vessel's human cargo was more significant than the loss of the ship herself. In an age where people had become as valuable as any physical commodity, the ability to make entire populations disappear had become a form of warfare that challenged every assumption about maritime security and international law. The evolution of maritime mysteries in the early 21st century culminated with perhaps the most baffling case of all, the disappearance of the MV Quantum Leap, a cargo vessel that vanished in 2012 under circumstances that seemed to defy the laws of physics themselves. Quantum Leap was not just another missing ship, she was a vessel that appeared to have existed in multiple places simultaneously before disappearing entirely from human knowledge. Quantum Leap was an experimental cargo vessel, part of a classified research program designed to test new technologies for maritime transportation. The ship was equipped with propulsion systems, navigation equipment, and communication arrays that were decades ahead of anything used in conventional shipping. Her very existence was known only to a small number of individuals with the highest levels of security clearance. The vessel was 600 feet long, but appeared much larger due to unusual design features that seemed to bend light around her hull. Witnesses who saw Quantum Leap described a ship that seemed to shimmer and shift in appearance, making it difficult to determine her exact size and configuration. These optical effects were reportedly the result of experimental stealth technology designed to make the vessel difficult to detect using conventional radar and visual observation. Quantum Leap's crew were all volunteers from military and intelligence services, individuals who had been specially selected for their technical expertise and their ability to maintain absolute secrecy about their activities. The ship's captain was a theoretical physicist who had been recruited from a classified research program investigating the practical applications of quantum mechanics to transportation technology. In October 2012, Quantum Leap departed from a secret facility for what was officially described as a routine test of her experimental systems. The ship's destination was not disclosed, but intelligence sources later suggested that she was bound for a research station in the Arctic, where additional tests were to be conducted under extreme environmental conditions. The experimental nature of Quantum Leap's mission meant that her movements were monitored using tracking systems that were far more sophisticated than anything used for conventional shipping. Multiple satellites tracked her progress, while specialized monitoring stations recorded data from her experimental systems. This level of surveillance should have made it impossible for the vessel to disappear without detection. But on October 23, 2012, something unprecedented occurred. Quantum Leap began appearing on tracking systems in multiple locations simultaneously. Satellite data showed the ship in the North Atlantic, the Pacific Ocean, and the Mediterranean Sea at the same time, following different courses and apparently conducting different activities. Initially, technicians assumed they were dealing with equipment malfunctions or data processing errors. The idea that a single ship could exist in multiple locations simultaneously was so contrary to accepted physical laws that it seemed more likely that the tracking systems had failed than that such an impossible event was actually occurring. But detailed analysis of the tracking data revealed that the multiple appearances of Quantum Leap were not the result of technical errors. Each location showed consistent and coherent data that indicated the presence of a real vessel, not a false signal or system malfunction. It was as if Quantum Leap had somehow divided herself into multiple copies, each operating independently in different parts of the world. The situation became even more bizarre when attempts were made to communicate with the various versions of Quantum Leap. Each location responded to radio calls, but the responses came from different crew members and contained information about different activities and destinations. It was as if multiple versions of the ship were conducting completely different missions simultaneously. This impossible situation continued for several days, with Quantum Leap appearing on tracking systems in as many as 7 different locations at once. Each version of the ship seemed to be real and solid, interacting with other vessels and responding to communications in ways that suggested the presence of actual crews and equipment. But then, on October 30, 2012, all versions of Quantum Leap suddenly vanished. Simultaneously, every tracking system lost contact with the vessel at exactly the same moment, regardless of which location they had been monitoring. It was as if someone had thrown a switch that caused the ship to cease existing in all realities at once. The investigation into Quantum Leap's disappearance was unlike any maritime accident investigation in history. Instead of searching for wreckage or survivors, investigators found themselves grappling with evidence that seemed to contradict fundamental principles of physics and reality. Theoretical physicists were brought in to analyze the tracking data and attempt to explain how a single vessel could have existed in multiple locations simultaneously. The leading theory suggested that Quantum Leap's experimental systems had somehow created quantum entanglement effects on a macroscopic scale, allowing the ship to exist in multiple quantum states at the same time. According to this theory, Quantum Leap had not actually divided into multiple copies, but had instead entered a quantum superposition state where she existed in multiple possible locations simultaneously. This was similar to the quantum mechanical effects observed in subatomic particles, but scaled up to affect an entire ship and her crew. The implications of such technology were staggering. If it was possible to create quantum superposition effects on a macroscopic scale, then the fundamental nature of reality itself might be subject to technological manipulation. Vessels could potentially exist in multiple locations simultaneously, making them virtually impossible to track or intercept. But the technology also appeared to be inherently unstable. The simultaneous disappearance of all versions of Quantum Leap suggested that the quantum superposition state had collapsed, causing the ship to cease existing in any reality. This raised troubling questions about the safety of such experiments and the fate of the crew members who had been aboard the vessel. The search for Quantum Leap and her crew continued for years, using methods that extended far beyond conventional maritime search and rescue operations. Theoretical physicists developed new detection methods based on quantum mechanics, while intelligence agencies monitored for any indication that the ship might reappear in our reality. But no trace of Quantum Leap was ever found, and the crew members who had been aboard the vessel were officially declared missing and presumed dead. Their families were told that they had died in a classified accident, but were provided with no details about what had actually happened. The Quantum Leap case represented the ultimate evolution of maritime mysteries, where ships could disappear not just from human knowledge, but potentially from reality itself. The incident forced authorities to confront the possibility that advanced technology might have consequences that extended far beyond conventional understanding of physics and maritime safety. In the years following Quantum Leap's disappearance, research into quantum transportation technology was severely restricted, with new safety protocols designed to prevent similar incidents. But the knowledge that such effects were possible had profound implications for the future of maritime transportation and the nature of reality itself. The case also highlighted how maritime mysteries had evolved from simple matters of navigation and weather to complex phenomena involving cutting-edge science and technology. Ships were no longer just vessels that carried cargo and passengers across the ocean. They were platforms for experiments that could potentially alter the fundamental nature of space and time. As we move deeper into the 21st century, the boundary between science fiction and maritime reality became increasingly blurred. Ships could disappear not just into the depths of the ocean, but potentially into alternate dimensions or parallel realities. The sea, which had always been mysterious and dangerous, had become a realm where anything seemed possible and where the laws of physics themselves might not apply. The ocean that had once been humanity's highway to the stars had become something far stranger and more dangerous, a laboratory where the fundamental nature of reality was being tested and where the consequences of those tests could make entire vessels and crews simply cease to exist. The legacy of these maritime mysteries extends far beyond the individual cases we have examined. Each disappearance, each unexplained incident, each impossible occurrence has contributed to a growing understanding that the ocean remains humanity's final frontier, a realm where the normal rules of existence do not always apply. From the earliest reports of ghost ships sailing empty seas to the latest cases involving quantum physics and digital warfare, these mysteries share common themes that transcend the specific technologies and time periods involved. They remind us that despite all our advances in navigation, communication, and safety equipment, the sea continues to hold secrets that challenge our understanding of reality itself. The transformation of maritime mysteries over the centuries reflects the evolution of human technology and the changing nature of conflict and commerce. But certain elements remain constant: the vastness of the ocean, the isolation of vessels at sea, and the vulnerability of human beings when confronted with forces beyond their control or understanding. The vessels we have encountered in this exploration, from ancient sailing ships to modern automated cargo carriers, from military submarines to experimental quantum vessels, all share the common fate of vanishing into the unknown. Their disappearances serve as reminders that no matter how sophisticated our technology becomes, there are still mysteries that defy explanation and forces that resist human control. Perhaps most disturbing is the realization that maritime mysteries are not relics of the past, but ongoing phenomena that continue to evolve with each new technological advancement. As ships become more computerized and interconnected, they become vulnerable to new forms of interference and control. As nations develop more advanced weapons and surveillance systems, civilian vessels become potential targets in conflicts they never intended to join. The families of those lost in these maritime mysteries carry forward the human cost of our eternal struggle with the sea. Each missing vessel represents not just a loss of property or strategic capability, but the disappearance of human beings whose fate remains unknown. The uncertainty surrounding these disappearances often proves more difficult to bear than the certainty of death, leaving families to wonder for decades about what happened to their loved ones. The ocean itself remains largely unchanged by human efforts to understand and control it. Despite centuries of maritime trade, warfare, and exploration, vast areas of the world's oceans remain as mysterious today as they were to the first sailors who ventured beyond the sight of land. The deep ocean basins, the polar seas, and the remote areas far from shipping lanes continue to hold secrets that may never be revealed. As we look toward the future, new technologies promise to make maritime transportation safer and more efficient than ever before. Artificial intelligence, satellite monitoring, and automated safety systems are being developed to prevent the kinds of disappearances that have plagued shipping throughout history. But each new technology also creates new vulnerabilities and new ways for vessels to vanish without explanation. The development of autonomous ships operated entirely by computer systems without human crews raises particularly troubling questions about maritime security. If unmanned vessels can be hacked or controlled remotely, they could potentially be used as weapons or simply made to disappear without anyone aboard to witness what happens. The elimination of human crews might reduce some risks, but it could also create entirely new categories of maritime mysteries. The increasing militarization of commercial shipping, where civilian vessels are used for intelligence gathering and strategic purposes, ensures that the line between merchant ships and naval vessels will continue to blur. This makes all maritime traffic potential targets in conflicts between nations, increasing the likelihood that civilian vessels will disappear for reasons that have nothing to do with traditional maritime hazards. Climate change is opening new shipping routes through previously inaccessible areas, particularly in the Arctic Ocean, where melting ice is creating navigable passages that did not exist in previous centuries. These new routes offer economic opportunities but also present unknown dangers and the potential for new types of maritime mysteries in regions where rescue operations are extremely difficult, if not impossible. The exploration of the deep ocean floor, driven by the search for mineral resources and scientific knowledge, is revealing that the deepest parts of the sea contain structures and phenomena that challenge our understanding of geology and possibly even biology. As more vessels venture into these extreme depths, they may encounter forces and entities that have remained hidden since the beginning of time. The stories we have explored represent only a fraction of the maritime mysteries that have occurred throughout history. For every case that has been documented and investigated, there are likely dozens more that have gone unnoticed or been deliberately concealed. The ocean is vast enough to swallow not just ships and crews, but also the memories of those ships and the stories of their disappearances. The men and women who go to sea in the modern era do so with the knowledge that they are following in the wake of countless others who have vanished without explanation. This knowledge does not deter them, because the sea continues to offer opportunities for commerce, exploration, and adventure that cannot be found anywhere else on Earth. But it does remind them that every voyage carries risks that cannot be fully calculated or controlled. The maritime mysteries we have examined serve as metaphors for humanity's relationship with the unknown. The ocean represents all of the forces in the universe that remain beyond our understanding and control, while the vessels that disappear into its depths represent our ongoing attempts to explore and master those forces. Each disappearance is both an ending and a beginning. The end of a particular vessel's story, but the beginning of a mystery that may endure for centuries. These mysteries become part of maritime folklore, passed down from generation to generation of sailors, who understand that the sea gives up its secrets reluctantly, if at all. The technology that was supposed to eliminate maritime mysteries has instead created new categories of disappearances that are more baffling than anything from the age of sail. Computer systems can be hacked, satellite signals can be jammed, and even the most sophisticated safety equipment can be defeated by sufficiently determined adversaries. The ocean that was once conquered by human courage and skill is now dominated by electronic warfare and cyber attacks that most mariners barely understand. The future of maritime mysteries seems likely to involve phenomena that we cannot yet imagine, as new technologies create new vulnerabilities and new ways for vessels to vanish. Quantum physics, artificial intelligence, and biotechnology may all play roles in future disappearances that will make the cases we have examined seem simple by comparison. But regardless of how technology evolves, certain fundamental truths about maritime mysteries will remain constant. The ocean will continue to be vast, dangerous, and largely unknown. Human beings will continue to venture into its depths in search of profit, knowledge, and adventure. And some of those human beings will continue to disappear, leaving behind only questions that may never be answered. The legacy of maritime mysteries is not just the specific vessels and crews that have been lost, but the reminder they provide that there are still frontiers where human knowledge and control have limits. In an age when satellite imagery can show us every corner of the Earth's surface and global communications can connect us instantly with anyone on the planet, the ocean remains a realm where people and ships can simply vanish as if they had never existed. These mysteries serve as a counterbalance to human arrogance, reminding us that despite all our technological achievements, we remain small and vulnerable when confronted with forces beyond our understanding. The sea that has carried our commerce and connected our civilizations for thousands of years continues to exact a toll that we pay in ships, lives, and unanswered questions. As new generations of mariners take to the seas, they carry with them the accumulated wisdom of centuries of maritime experience, but also the knowledge that this wisdom has not been sufficient to prevent vessels from disappearing without explanation. Each new voyage adds to the sum of human experience, but it also risks adding to the catalog of maritime mysteries that may never be solved. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and the vessels that have vanished into its depths have become part of those secrets. They exist now only in the memories of those who knew them and in the records of their disappearances, ghostly presences that remind us of the price of our eternal struggle with the sea. In the end, maritime mysteries represent more than just unsolved puzzles or tragic losses. They are reminders of the fundamental mystery of existence itself, of the questions that persist despite all human efforts to find answers. The ships that have vanished into the unknown carry with them not just their crews and cargoes but also our hopes, fears, and dreams of understanding forces that may forever remain beyond our grasp. The sea continues its eternal dialogue with humanity, sometimes yielding its treasures and sometimes claiming its price. The vessels that disappear into its depths become part of that ongoing conversation, their stories joining the endless library of maritime lore that connects us to our past and guides us toward an uncertain future. And so the mysteries continue, as they always have and always will, reminding us that there are still unknowns in a world that sometimes seems completely mapped and measured. The ocean remains our greatest frontier, not because we have not explored it, but because it continues to reveal new depths of mystery with each vessel that ventures into its embrace and each ship that fails to return from its journey into the unknown. The waves continue to roll across empty seas, carrying with them the echoes of all the vessels that have passed this way before and all the mysteries that remain unsolved. In their endless motion, we can hear the whispers of the lost ships and their crews, reminders that the sea's greatest treasures may not be gold or silver, but the questions that keep us searching, exploring, and venturing into the unknown despite the risks that await us there. The maritime mysteries of our time will become the legends of tomorrow, stories told by future generations, who will face their own unknowns and create their own mysteries. The cycle continues, as eternal as the tides themselves, carrying us forward into futures we cannot predict aboard vessels whose fate we cannot guarantee, guided only by the hope that some mysteries are worth the risk of adding our own names to the long list of those who have vanished into the vast and unknowable sea. The mariners of tomorrow would need to be prepared not just for storms and equipment failures, but for encounters with quantum phenomena that could scatter their vessels across multiple realities or transport them to realms where human physics held no meaning. But perhaps the most disturbing maritime mystery of the modern era was yet to come. Emerging from waters that had been considered among the safest and most well-monitored in the world. The English Channel, that narrow strip of water between Britain and continental Europe, became the site of a disappearance so impossible that it forced maritime authorities to question whether their understanding of reality itself was fundamentally flawed. The passenger ferry Dover Pride vanished on a clear spring morning in 2019 while making the routine crossing between Dover and Calais, a journey that thousands of vessels had completed safely over the decades. The ship carried 847 passengers and 227 crew members on what should have been a mundane 2-hour voyage across some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. Her disappearance occurred in waters that were under constant surveillance by multiple nations, making the vanishing seem not just impossible, but deliberately orchestrated by forces that understood human detection systems well enough to circumvent them entirely. Dover Pride was equipped with every safety system required for passenger ferry operations, from multiple backup power supplies to evacuation systems that could handle the entire ship's population in minutes rather than hours. The vessel was also equipped with tracking systems that transmitted her position every few seconds to multiple monitoring stations on both sides of the channel. Her disappearance should have been impossible to accomplish without immediate detection. The morning of April 15, 2019 began with perfect conditions for channel crossings. Weather was clear, seas were calm, and visibility extended for miles in all directions. Dover Pride departed Dover's eastern docks at precisely 9:30 a.m., following the same route that ferries had used safely for decades. Captain Elizabeth Hartwell, a veteran of channel operations with 15 years of experience, reported normal conditions and routine passenger loading in her departure communication. The first indication that something unusual was happening came not from the ship herself, but from the elaborate monitoring systems that tracked all vessel movements in the channel. Air traffic control stations on both sides of the water began receiving conflicting position reports from Dover Pride's automated tracking systems. The ship appeared to be following her normal route, but the signals were arriving from multiple positions simultaneously. Initially, technicians assumed they were dealing with equipment malfunctions or signal interference from the heavy maritime and aerial traffic that constantly crossed the channel. The narrow waterway was one of the busiest shipping corridors in the world, and electronic interference was not uncommon. However, as the voyage continued, the position anomalies became more pronounced and more difficult to explain through technical problems. By 10:15 a.m., Dover Pride appeared to be occupying at least 6 different positions simultaneously, spread across an area of the channel that would have been impossible for a single vessel to cover. Each position's signal appeared legitimate and included correct identification codes and navigation data, but they described locations that were miles apart and following different courses toward Calais. The situation became even more bizarre when ferry operators attempted to contact Captain Hartwell to inquire about the anomalous position reports. Radio communications with the ship were successful, but the conversations revealed that different operators were apparently speaking to different versions of the same captain, each reporting different conditions and passenger situations. One radio operator contacted a Captain Hartwell, who reported normal crossing conditions and a passenger manifest of 857 people. Another operator, using a different position signal to establish contact, reached a Captain Hartwell, who reported stormy weather and a passenger count of over 1,200 people. A third conversation connected to a captain who described the ship as nearly empty, carrying fewer than 100 passengers on what she described as a special charter voyage. These multiple conversations with apparently different versions of the same crew created a mystery that channel monitoring authorities were not equipped to solve. Either their communication systems were experiencing unprecedented failures, or Dover Pride had somehow split into multiple versions of herself, each carrying different passengers and experiencing different conditions while crossing the same stretch of water. The impossibility of the situation was confirmed when visual observers on both sides of the channel began reporting sightings of Dover Pride in multiple locations simultaneously. Coast Guard stations, lighthouse keepers, and aviation control towers all reported seeing the distinctive ferry at different positions at the same time. Each sighting appeared genuine and consistent with a real vessel, but the total number of simultaneous sightings was physically impossible. The multiple versions of Dover Pride continued to be tracked and observed for nearly an hour, with each version apparently following a slightly different route toward Calais. Passengers aboard other vessels in the channel reported seeing several identical ferries crossing the water simultaneously, a sight so unusual that many assumed they were witnessing some form of promotional event or maritime demonstration. But at 10:47 a.m., all versions of Dover Pride vanished simultaneously from every tracking system and visual observation point. The disappearance was instantaneous and complete, as if someone had thrown a switch that caused the ship to cease existing in all realities at once. One moment the channel was filled with multiple versions of the same ferry, and the next moment the water was empty except for the normal commercial traffic that had been sharing the crossing. The search for Dover Pride began immediately, but rescue coordinators faced the unprecedented challenge of looking for a ship that had been in multiple places simultaneously before vanishing entirely. Search aircraft were dispatched to all of the positions where the ferry had been observed, but they found only empty water with no signs of wreckage, survivors, or debris. The search area was expanded to cover the entire English Channel, making it one of the most intensive maritime search operations in European history. Ships, aircraft, helicopters, and underwater vehicles scanned every square mile of water between Dover and Calais, but the channel seemed to have swallowed the massive ferry without leaving any trace of her passage. The investigation into Dover Pride's disappearance brought together experts from fields that had never before collaborated on maritime cases. Theoretical physicists worked alongside maritime accident investigators, while quantum mechanics specialists consulted with ferry safety experts to develop theories that might explain the impossible evidence. The leading theory suggested that Dover Pride had encountered some form of quantum superposition effect that caused the ship to exist in multiple probable states simultaneously until the superposition collapsed, causing all versions to vanish at once. This interpretation was supported by the multiple position reports and the conflicting conversations with different versions of the crew. But the quantum interpretation raised disturbing questions about the nature of reality in one of the world's busiest shipping corridors. If quantum effects could cause passenger ferries to exist in multiple states simultaneously, then every vessel crossing the channel was potentially vulnerable to similar phenomena. The implications for maritime safety and international commerce were staggering. The families of the 94 people aboard Dover Pride faced a unique form of grief that had no precedent in maritime history. Traditional memorial services seemed inadequate when the missing might exist in alternate quantum states rather than simply being dead. Some families held on to hope that their loved ones might still be alive in parallel versions of reality, while others struggled to accept losses that challenged fundamental assumptions about life and death. The Dover Pride case forced channel authorities to implement new monitoring and safety procedures designed to detect early signs of quantum phenomena. Multiple independent tracking systems were deployed to watch for the kind of position anomalies that had preceded the ferry's disappearance, though experts remained uncertain whether early detection would be sufficient to prevent similar incidents. The English Channel, which had been crossed safely by millions of passengers over the decades, now carried the additional mystery of quantum effects that could potentially cause vessels to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. Ferries crossing these waters had to contend not just with weather and traffic, but with the possibility that they might encounter phenomena that could scatter them across parallel dimensions. The investigation into Dover Pride's disappearance remained active for over 3 years, though most investigators privately acknowledged that conventional search methods were unlikely to locate a vessel that might exist outside normal space-time parameters. The case files included evidence and testimony that challenged fundamental assumptions about physics and reality. The disappearance of Dover Pride in broad daylight, in heavily monitored waters, under perfect weather conditions, represented the ultimate evolution of maritime mysteries. The case demonstrated that no amount of safety equipment, monitoring technology, or emergency preparedness could protect vessels from phenomena that operated according to principles that existed beyond human understanding. The channel crossing that had been routine for centuries was revealed to be a passage through waters where the normal rules of reality might not apply. The ferries that carried tourists and commuters between Dover and Calais were traveling not just across a narrow strip of water but through regions where quantum effects could cause vessels to exist in multiple states simultaneously before vanishing entirely from human knowledge. As European maritime authorities grappled with the implications of the Dover Pride case, similar incidents began to be reported from other heavily traveled waterways around the world. The phenomenon that had claimed the Channel ferry appeared to be spreading, or perhaps becoming more detectable as monitoring systems became more sophisticated. The Strait of Gibraltar reported cases of cargo ships appearing in multiple positions simultaneously before vanishing. The Bosphorus experienced incidents where passenger vessels seemed to split into several versions of themselves. The Panama Canal documented cases of ships entering the waterway but never emerging, despite continuous visual monitoring that should have made such disappearances impossible. These incidents suggested that the quantum effects responsible for maritime disappearances were not isolated phenomena, but part of a broader pattern that affected heavily used shipping corridors around the world. The implications for global commerce and transportation were profound, as the waterways that connected continents and enabled international trade were revealing themselves to be passages through regions where reality itself might be unstable. The scientific community responded to these reports by establishing new research programs dedicated to understanding quantum effects in maritime environments. Theoretical physicists collaborated with oceanographers to investigate whether certain areas of the ocean might be prone to the kind of reality distortions that could cause vessels to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Military planners quietly acknowledged that naval operations might be vulnerable to the same quantum phenomena that were claiming civilian vessels. Warships equipped with the most advanced detection and navigation systems available were just as susceptible to reality distortions as passenger ferries. The strategic implications were enormous, particularly for nations whose naval power depended on maintaining control of key maritime choke points. The insurance industry struggled to develop policies that could account for disappearances that defied conventional understanding of maritime risk. How do you calculate premiums for vessels that might vanish into parallel dimensions? Traditional risk assessment models had no categories for quantum superposition effects or reality distortions. The legal system faced unprecedented challenges when dealing with the aftermath of quantum maritime disappearances. Courts that were equipped to handle conventional maritime law found themselves grappling with cases that involved theoretical physics and speculative metaphysics. How do you settle insurance claims when the insured vessel might still exist in alternate realities? The passengers and crew of Dover Pride, along with those lost in similar incidents around the world, became unwilling pioneers in humanity's encounter with phenomena that challenged the fundamental nature of existence. Their disappearances marked the beginning of a new era in maritime mysteries, where the forces claiming ships and crews might be as likely to involve quantum mechanics as conventional maritime hazards. The English Channel, which had been a symbol of European connection and cooperation for centuries, became a reminder that even the most familiar and well-traveled waters could conceal mysteries that challenged everything humanity thought it knew about reality. The ferries that continued to cross between Dover and Calais carried passengers who understood that they were traveling not just across water but through regions where the normal laws of physics might not apply. The Dover Pride case represented more than just another maritime mystery. It was a watershed moment that forced humanity to confront the possibility that the universe was far stranger and more dangerous than previously imagined. The ship and her passengers vanished into a mystery that connected earthly travel to cosmic questions about the nature of reality itself. As we move deeper into the 21st century, the lessons of Dover Pride and similar cases served as warnings about the hidden dangers that might lurk beneath the surface of routine maritime operations. The ocean that had always been unpredictable was revealing new depths of mystery that required entirely new approaches to navigation and safety. The quantum maritime mysteries of the modern era represented the latest chapter in humanity's eternal struggle with the sea. But they also marked the beginning of a new relationship with forces that operated beyond conventional understanding. The mariners of the future would need to be prepared not just for traditional maritime hazards, but for encounters with phenomena that could challenge the very foundations of reality. The disappearances that began with ghost ships and evolved through temporal anomalies and extraterrestrial encounters had reached their ultimate expression in quantum effects that could cause vessels to exist in multiple realities, simultaneously before vanishing entirely from human knowledge. The ocean that had once been conquered through courage and technology was revealing itself to be a gateway to mysteries that connected earthly voyages to the deepest questions of existence. But even as quantum effects claimed ferries in the English Channel and cargo ships in international waters, the ocean was preparing to reveal mysteries that would make even these impossible disappearances seem comprehensible by comparison. The waters that had always been humanity's highway to exploration and discovery were about to become the stage for encounters with phenomena that existed at the very boundaries of existence itself. The deep ocean basins, which had remained largely unexplored despite centuries of maritime activity, were beginning to yield evidence of structures and intelligences that challenged every assumption about life on Earth. The abyssal depths that had been considered empty and lifeless were revealing themselves to contain civilizations and technologies that predated human history by millions of years. The research submersible Challenger Deep descended into the Mariana Trench in 2020 as part of a routine deep-sea exploration mission. But what the crew discovered at the bottom of the world's deepest ocean challenged fundamental assumptions about the history of intelligent life on Earth. The submersible's final transmission described structures and entities that suggested the ocean depths contained civilizations that had existed long before humanity evolved. Dr. Sarah Chen, the expedition leader aboard Challenger Deep, was a veteran of deep-sea exploration with over a decade of experience in the most extreme underwater environments on Earth. Her final transmission, received from a depth of over 35,000 feet below sea level, described discoveries that seemed to belong more in science fiction than marine biology. According to Dr. Chen's transmission, the team had discovered what appeared to be artificial structures on the floor of the Mariana Trench, constructions that showed clear evidence of intelligent design and advanced engineering. The structures were not the simple formations that might be created by geological processes, but complex architectural arrangements that seemed to serve specific purposes related to energy generation and environmental control. The most disturbing aspect of Dr. Chen's final communication was her description of the structures as being inhabited by entities that appeared to be observing the submersible's approach. These beings, according to the transmission, showed clear signs of intelligence and technology, but their physical forms were unlike anything in known biological classifications. The entities appeared to be attempting to communicate with the Challenger Deep crew through methods that involved direct manipulation of the submersible's electronic systems. According to Dr. Chen, the beings were somehow able to access the vessel's computers and communication arrays, using them to generate patterns of lights and sounds that seemed to represent some form of language or information exchange. The final portion of Dr. Chen's transmission described the submersible being surrounded by multiple entities that appeared to be conducting some form of analysis or evaluation of the human crew. The beings seemed particularly interested in the humans' biological and technological characteristics, as if they were studying examples of surface-dwelling intelligence for the first time. The transmission ended abruptly, with Dr. Chen reporting that the entities were approaching the submersible in what appeared to be a coordinated effort to make contact with or possibly capture the human crew. The last words received from Challenger Deep were Dr. Chen's description of the submersible's hull being surrounded by beings that seemed to be attempting to breach the vessel's pressure barriers. The loss of contact with Challenger Deep initiated the most complex deep-sea rescue operation ever attempted, but the extreme depth of the Mariana Trench made immediate response impossible. It would take days to deploy equipment capable of reaching the submersible's last known position, and even then, rescue operations at such depths had never been attempted successfully. When rescue submersibles finally reached the floor of the Mariana Trench, they found no trace of Challenger Deep or her crew. The area where Dr. Chen had reported discovering artificial structures appeared to be empty, showing only the normal geological formations that would be expected at such depths. It was as if the structures and entities described in the final transmission had simply vanished, taking the missing submersible with them. The investigation into Challenger Deep's disappearance was immediately classified at the highest levels of government, as intelligence agencies recognized that the case might involve contact with unknown forms of intelligent life that had been living in Earth's oceans for millions of years. The implications for national security and human understanding of the planet's history were staggering. Analysis of Dr. Chen's final transmission revealed linguistic and acoustic patterns that suggested the entities she had encountered possessed advanced communication capabilities and technological knowledge. The ability to manipulate electronic systems from outside a pressurized submersible indicated technologies that were far beyond current human capabilities. The possibility that intelligent civilizations existed in the deep ocean basins raised questions that extended far beyond marine biology to encompass the entire history of life on Earth. If advanced beings had been living in the ocean depths for millions of years, they would have observed the entire development of surface life, including the evolution of humanity. The implications of such long-established deep-sea civilizations were profound for human understanding of the planet's history and humanity's place within it. These beings might possess knowledge and technologies that predated human civilization by eons, accumulated over millions of years of development in environments that surface dwellers had never explored. The families of the 3 crew members aboard Challenger Deep faced the unique challenge of mourning loved ones who might have made first contact with ancient intelligences rather than simply dying in a maritime accident. The possibility that Dr. Chen and her team had been taken by deep-sea civilizations for study or communication created a form of uncertainty that had no precedent in human experience. The deep-sea exploration community responded to the Challenger Deep incident by implementing new safety protocols and communication procedures designed to maintain contact with submersibles operating at extreme depths. However, experts privately acknowledged that if the ocean depths contained civilizations with advanced technologies, conventional safety measures might be inadequate to protect future expeditions. The ocean that had always been mysterious and dangerous was revealing itself to contain intelligences and civilizations that had existed long before humanity had even evolved. The deep basins that had been considered empty and lifeless were potentially home to beings that had been observing and studying surface life for millions of years. The Challenger Deep case marked the beginning of a new era in human understanding of the ocean and the planet's history. The waters that had always been humanity's final frontier were revealing themselves to contain frontiers that extended back through geological time to civilizations that predated human existence by epochs. The submersible and her crew vanished into mysteries that connected deep-sea exploration to questions about the history of intelligent life on Earth and humanity's relationship with beings that had been sharing the planet since long before humans existed. Their disappearance served as a reminder that the ocean depths might contain not just new species of fish and unknown geological formations, but entire civilizations with technologies and knowledge that could revolutionize human understanding of existence itself. As expeditions into the deep ocean continued, each descent carried the risk of encountering civilizations that had been developing in isolation for millions of years. The beings that Dr. Chen had described might be only one example of the intelligences that lived in the ocean's deepest regions, watching and studying surface life from the shadows of the abyssal depths. The ocean that had nurtured human civilization and enabled global exploration was revealing itself to be the domain of civilizations far older and possibly far more advanced than anything humanity had achieved. The waters that connected continents and cultures were also connections to forms of intelligence that had been observing human development since its earliest stages. The mysteries that claimed sailing ships through storms and steel vessels, through quantum effects, had evolved to encompass encounters with beings that challenged fundamental assumptions about intelligence, civilization, and the history of life on Earth. The sea that had always demanded respect for its power was now revealing depths of mystery that required respect for intelligences that had been mastering its secrets since before humanity existed. The maritime mysteries of the 21st century had transported human understanding from simple questions of navigation and weather to complex encounters with phenomena that existed at the very foundations of reality and the deepest roots of planetary history. The ocean that had always been humanity's highway to exploration was revealing itself to be a gateway to encounters with forces and intelligences that operated according to principles that human science was only beginning to imagine. The ships and submersibles that vanished into these modern mysteries carried with them not just their crews and equipment, but humanity's growing understanding that the universe was far more complex and populated than previously believed. Each disappearance marked another step in humanity's journey toward a broader understanding of existence, even as it demonstrated the limits of human knowledge and capability when confronted with phenomena that transcended conventional experience. The ocean continued its eternal dialogue with humanity, revealing new depths of mystery with each advance in technology and understanding. The waters that had once seemed conquered by satellite navigation and deep-sea exploration were proving to contain realms where the normal rules of physics, biology, and even existence itself might not apply. As we stand at the threshold of a new era in maritime exploration, the lessons of these impossible disappearances serve as both warnings and invitations to continue venturing into the unknown. The sea that has always been humanity's greatest teacher continues to offer lessons that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about reality. intelligence, and our place within the vast community of existence that fills the universe. The maritime mysteries that began with ghost ships sailing empty seas have evolved into encounters with quantum phenomena, extraterrestrial intelligences, and ancient civilizations that challenge every assumption about the nature of existence itself. Each disappearance has added new chapters to humanity's understanding of the forces that operate beyond conventional knowledge, reminding us that the ocean remains our greatest frontier precisely because it continues to reveal new frontiers within itself. The vessels that have vanished into these modern mysteries carry forward the tradition of maritime exploration that has driven human development for millennia. Their crews become unwilling pioneers in humanity's encounter with phenomena that exist at the very boundaries of existence, their disappearances marking waypoints on the journey toward understanding forces that may forever remain beyond human comprehension. The sea continues to call to those brave enough to venture into its depths, offering rewards and exacting prices that reflect the eternal struggle between human ambition and the limitless mystery of existence itself. The waves that wash over empty waters carry echoes of all the vessels that have passed this way before, reminders that the greatest treasures of maritime exploration may not be gold or territory, but the questions that keep humanity searching for answers in the vast and unknowable depths of the eternal sea. Maritime mysteries of our time will become the legends of tomorrow, stories told by future generations who will face their own unknowns and create their own mysteries. The cycle continues, as eternal as the tides themselves, carrying us forward into futures we cannot predict aboard vessels whose fate we cannot guarantee, guided only by the hope that some mysteries are worth the risk of adding our own names to the long list of those who have vanished into the vast and unknowable sea. But as we delve deeper into the modern era of maritime mysteries, we encounter cases that challenge not just our understanding of the sea, but our comprehension of reality itself. The waters that once claimed wooden sailing ships through storm and collision now swallow steel behemoths through means that defy conventional explanation. These are the stories that maritime investigators whisper about in closed rooms, cases so bizarre that they strain credibility even among those who have dedicated their lives to solving the unsolvable. The Arctic Ocean, long considered humanity's final maritime frontier, has become the stage for some of the most perplexing disappearances of the 21st century. As climate change opens new shipping routes through previously impenetrable ice, vessels venturing into these virgin waters encounter phenomena that seem to exist outside the normal parameters of maritime experience. The cold, pristine environment preserves evidence in ways that warmer seas cannot, yet paradoxically, some of the most baffling mysteries emerge from these frozen realms where every detail should be crystal clear. The research vessel Polaris Station disappeared in the Beaufort Sea during the winter of 2015, leaving behind only a trail of impossible evidence that continues to confound investigators to this day. Unlike conventional maritime disappearances where the absence of evidence becomes the primary mystery, the Polaris Station case presents investigators with too much evidence, all of it contradictory and seemingly impossible. Polaris Station was a state-of-the-art ice-breaking research vessel, designed specifically for extended operations in the harsh Arctic environment. The ship carried a crew of 43 scientists, technicians, and support personnel, along with millions of dollars worth of specialized equipment for studying the effects of climate change on polar ice formations. Her mission was straightforward: establish a series of monitoring stations across the Arctic Ocean to track ice thickness, water temperature, and wildlife patterns over a period of 18 months. The vessel's disappearance began not as a sudden vanishing, but as a gradual erosion of normal communication patterns that took weeks to recognize as anything unusual. Arctic communications are notoriously unreliable, with solar flares, magnetic interference, and equipment failures causing regular disruptions in contact between ships and shore stations. What made the Polaris Station case unique was the nature of the communications that were received before contact was lost entirely. The first unusual transmission came on November 15, 2015, when the ship's communications officer reported that they were receiving radio signals from their own vessel. According to the transmission, Polaris Station was somehow picking up her own radio calls on multiple frequencies, as if the ship's communications were being reflected back from some unknown source. The crew initially attributed this to atmospheric interference or ice-related signal reflection, phenomena that were not uncommon in the Arctic environment. But the reflected signals became more frequent and more disturbing over the following days. Crew members reported hearing their own conversations played back over the radio hours or sometimes days after they had occurred. These playbacks were not simple echoes or electronic reflections, but perfect reproductions of private conversations that had taken place in various parts of the ship, many of them in areas where no recording equipment was present. The ship's captain, Dr. Elena Vasquez, was a veteran of Arctic research with over 20 years of experience in polar operations. Her final transmission, received on November 28, 2015, described conditions aboard Polaris station that seemed to defy the laws of physics. According to Dr. Vasquez, the ship was experiencing temporal anomalies where crew members were encountering themselves from different time periods. The transmission described crew members meeting alternate versions of themselves in the ship's corridors, each version apparently unaware of the other's existence. Dr. Vasquez reported that her chief engineer had encountered 3 different versions of himself working on the same equipment problem, each version approaching the task from a completely different angle and apparently existing in different time periods simultaneously. These temporal anomalies seemed to be centered around the ship's research equipment, particularly a deep ice drilling apparatus that had been designed to extract core samples from the sea floor beneath the Arctic ice. Dr. Vasquez's final transmission suggested that the drilling operation had encountered something beneath the ice that was causing reality aboard the ship to become unstable. The search for Polaris station began immediately after her final transmission was received, but the rescue operation faced challenges that went far beyond the normal difficulties of Arctic search and rescue. Satellite imagery showed the ship's last known position was in an area where the ice formations seemed to be constantly shifting and changing, making it impossible to establish a consistent search pattern. Multiple aircraft and icebreaker vessels were dispatched to the search area, but they reported finding ice conditions that changed dramatically from hour to hour. Formations that appeared solid and permanent on satellite imagery would be found broken apart and scattered when rescue teams arrived on scene. The ice itself seemed to be behaving in ways that contradicted everything known about Arctic sea ice dynamics. The most disturbing discovery came when searchers found what appeared to be the Polaris station frozen into an ice floe approximately 50 miles from her last reported position. The ship appeared to be intact and undamaged, but when rescue teams attempted to board the vessel, they found it completely empty. There were no signs of the crew, no indication of emergency evacuation, and no evidence of what had happened to the 43 people who should have been aboard. Even more puzzling was the condition of the ship itself. The Polaris station that rescue teams found frozen in the ice was identical to the missing vessel in every detail, but forensic analysis revealed that it was not the same ship. Metal analysis, equipment serial numbers and other identifying markers all indicated that this was a perfect duplicate of the missing vessel, but not the original ship itself. The discovery of a duplicate Polaris station raised questions that investigators were not equipped to answer. If this was not the original ship, then where was the real Polaris station and her crew? And how had an exact duplicate come to be frozen in the Arctic ice with no explanation for its origin or the absence of its crew? The investigation into the Polaris station case revealed evidence of phenomena that seemed to exist outside conventional understanding of physics and reality. The ship's research equipment, particularly the deep ice drilling apparatus, had apparently been in operation at the time of the crew's disappearance. Core samples found aboard the duplicate vessel contained materials that did not match anything in known geological databases. The core samples appeared to contain organic compounds that suggested the presence of life forms beneath the Arctic ice, but these compounds exhibited properties that were unlike anything in the known biological spectrum. When subjected to laboratory analysis, the samples seemed to exist in multiple quantum states, simultaneously, appearing to be both organic and inorganic, both ancient and recently formed. The implications of these discoveries extended far beyond the immediate mystery of the missing crew. If the Polaris station had indeed drilled into some form of life or intelligence beneath the Arctic ice, the consequences could affect the entire planet. The temporal anomalies reported by the crew suggested that whatever they had encountered possessed capabilities that transcended normal physical laws. The search for the original Polaris station and her crew continued for months, expanding to cover thousands of square miles of Arctic Ocean. Specialized equipment designed to detect temporal anomalies was deployed for the first time in maritime search operations. Based on theories developed by quantum physicists attempting to understand the impossible evidence from the case. But no trace of the original ship or her crew was ever found. The 43 people aboard Polaris station had vanished as completely as if they had never existed, leaving behind only a perfect duplicate of their vessel and core samples that suggested they had encountered something that challenged the fundamental nature of reality itself. The families of the missing crew members were faced with a unique form of grief, mourning loved ones who had disappeared into a mystery that seemed to involve forces beyond human comprehension. Traditional memorial services seemed inadequate when the missing might exist in alternate timelines or parallel dimensions rather than simply being dead. The Polaris station case forced maritime authorities to confront the possibility that some disappearances might involve phenomena that existed outside the normal scope of search and rescue operations. How do you search for a ship that might exist in multiple time periods simultaneously? How do you rescue crew members who might be alive but trapped in alternate versions of reality? The incident also raised disturbing questions about Arctic exploration and the potential consequences of drilling into previously undisturbed areas of the polar environment. If ancient life forms or intelligences existed beneath the ice, humanity's expansion into Arctic waters might be awakening forces that were better left undisturbed. The duplicate Polaris station was eventually transported to a secure facility where it remains under constant study. Researchers have attempted to activate the ship's drilling equipment under controlled conditions, but these experiments have been suspended indefinitely after preliminary tests produced temporal anomalies, similar to those reported by the original crew. The Arctic Ocean, once seen as humanity's final frontier for maritime expansion, has become a realm where the normal rules of space and time may not apply. The vast expanses of ice and water that seem so empty and pristine may conceal intelligences and forces that have existed since before human civilization began. The ships that venture into these waters risk more than being trapped in ice or lost in storms. They risk encountering phenomena that could erase them from existence entirely. As climate change continues to open new Arctic shipping routes, more vessels will inevitably follow in the wake of Polaris station. Each new expedition into these waters carries the risk of awakening whatever lies beneath the ice, of drilling too deep into mysteries that humanity is not prepared to confront. The missing crew of Polaris station may have been the first casualties of a new type of maritime disaster, but they are unlikely to be the last. The ocean depths that once hid only shipwrecks and sea monsters now conceal temporal anomalies and quantum phenomena that challenge our understanding of reality itself. The mariners who venture into these waters must be prepared not just for storms and ice but for encounters with forces that could scatter them across multiple timelines or trap them in alternate versions of their own ships. The mystery of Polaris station represents a new evolution in maritime disappearances, where vessels can vanish not just into the physical depths of the ocean, but into the deeper mysteries of space and time itself. The search for answers continues, but investigators are beginning to realize that some maritime mysteries may involve questions that humanity is not yet ready to answer. While the Arctic claimed Polaris station through temporal anomalies that defy explanation, the tropical waters of the Pacific Ocean became the stage for a different type of impossible disappearance. The container ship Infinite Horizon vanished in 2017 under circumstances that suggested the vessel had encountered not temporal distortions, but something that challenged the very nature of physical reality. Infinite Horizon was a massive container vessel, over 1,100 feet long and capable of carrying more than 20,000 standard shipping containers. The ship represented the pinnacle of modern cargo transportation technology, equipped with automated loading systems, satellite navigation, and communication arrays that maintained constant contact with shipping companies around the world. Her disappearance was not just the loss of a vessel and crew, but the vanishing of cargo worth over $500 million belonging to hundreds of companies across dozens of countries. The ship's final voyage began routinely enough, departing from the port of Los Angeles bound for Shanghai with a full load of consumer goods, electronics, and raw materials. The journey across the Pacific was expected to take 12 days, following well-established shipping routes that had been used safely by thousands of vessels over the decades. Captain James Morrison, a veteran mariner with 30 years of experience in Pacific shipping, had made this particular crossing over 100 times without incident. The first indication that something unusual was happening came on the third day of the voyage, when Infinite Horizon's automated tracking systems began reporting position data that seemed inconsistent with the ship's course and speed. According to satellite data, the vessel appeared to be moving significantly faster than should have been possible given her engine specifications and current sea conditions. Initially, shipping company officials attributed the anomalous position reports to technical glitches in the tracking equipment. Large container ships like Infinite Horizon relied on multiple redundant navigation systems, and occasional discrepancies between different systems were not uncommon. However, as the voyage continued, the position anomalies became more pronounced and more difficult to explain through equipment failure. By the fifth day of the voyage, Infinite Horizon appeared to be traveling at speeds that were physically impossible for a vessel of her size and configuration. Satellite tracking indicated the ship was maintaining a sustained speed of over 60 knots, more than twice the maximum speed that her engines were capable of producing. Even more puzzling was the fact that the ship's crew reported normal operating conditions and standard cruising speed in their regular radio communications. The discrepancy between satellite tracking data and crew reports created a mystery that maritime authorities were not equipped to solve. Either the tracking systems were experiencing massive and unprecedented failures, or Infinite Horizon was somehow moving faster than the laws of physics should have allowed. Neither explanation seemed plausible, yet one of them had to be correct. The situation became even more bizarre on the seventh day of the voyage, when multiple independent tracking systems began reporting that Infinite Horizon was occupying several different positions simultaneously. Satellite data, radar tracking, and automated identification systems all indicated that the ship was in different locations at the same time, following parallel courses that were hundreds of miles apart. Maritime traffic control centers across the Pacific began receiving automated signals from Infinite Horizon that originated from multiple locations simultaneously. Each signal appeared legitimate and included correct identification codes and navigation data, but they described different positions, courses, and weather conditions. It was as if the ship had somehow multiplied itself, creating several identical vessels all traveling toward the same destination along different routes. Attempts to contact Captain Morrison and his crew during this period produced responses that only deepened the mystery. Radio communications with the ship were successful, but the conversations revealed that the crew was apparently unaware of the multiple position reports being generated by their vessel. Captain Morrison reported normal weather conditions and routine navigation, expressing confusion when asked about the anomalous tracking data. Even more disturbing was the discovery that the conversations with Captain Morrison seemed different depending on which tracking signal was used to establish contact. When radio operators contacted the ship using coordinates from one satellite tracking system, they would speak to a Captain Morrison who reported clear weather and calm seas. When they used coordinates from a different tracking system, they would reach a Captain Morrison who reported stormy conditions and rough weather, despite the conversations taking place only minutes apart. These multiple conversations with apparently different versions of the same crew suggested that Infinite Horizon had somehow split into several parallel versions of herself, each experiencing different conditions while traveling toward the same destination. The implications of such a phenomenon were staggering, suggesting that the ship had encountered some form of reality distortion that allowed her to exist in multiple states simultaneously. The last communication with any version of Infinite Horizon was received on the 10th day of the voyage when Captain Morrison reported that the ship was approaching the coordinates for her scheduled arrival in Shanghai. However, when port authorities prepared to receive the vessel, she failed to arrive at any of the multiple positions that tracking systems had been reporting. The search for Infinite Horizon began immediately, but investigators faced the unprecedented challenge of looking for a ship that might be in several places at once, or possibly in no place at all. Search aircraft were dispatched to all of the positions that had been reported by various tracking systems, but none found any trace of the missing vessel. The search area eventually expanded to cover thousands of square miles of Pacific Ocean, making it one of the largest maritime search operations in history. Ships, aircraft, and satellites scanned the waters for any sign of Infinite Horizon or her cargo containers, but the ocean seemed to have swallowed the massive vessel without leaving any evidence of her fate. The investigation into Infinite Horizon's disappearance, revealed disturbing parallels to quantum mechanical phenomena that had previously been observed only at the subatomic level. Theoretical physicists studying the case suggested that the ship might have encountered some form of macroscopic quantum effect that caused her to exist in multiple probable states simultaneously until the superposition collapsed, causing all versions of the vessel to vanish at once. This quantum interpretation of the disappearance was supported by analysis of the radio communications with the ship's crew. Linguistic analysis of the conversations revealed subtle differences in speech patterns and responses that suggested the investigators had indeed been speaking with different versions of the same people, each existing in slightly different reality states. The cargo aboard Infinite Horizon represented products and materials from hundreds of companies, creating a complex web of insurance claims and legal disputes that continued for years after the ship's disappearance. Unlike traditional maritime losses where wreckage or evidence of destruction could eventually be found, the complete vanishing of Infinite Horizon left insurance companies with no physical evidence to support any particular theory about what had happened to the vessel. The families of the 32 crew members aboard Infinite Horizon faced a unique form of uncertainty about the fate of their loved ones. If the quantum interpretation of the disappearance was correct, then the crew might still exist in alternate reality states, alive but unreachable in parallel versions of our universe. This possibility made traditional mourning and acceptance of loss extremely difficult for those left behind. The Infinite Horizon case marked a turning point in maritime mystery investigation, forcing authorities to consider explanations that extended far beyond conventional understanding of physics and navigation. The possibility that ships could encounter quantum phenomena on a macroscopic scale opened entirely new categories of potential maritime disasters that existing safety protocols were not designed to address. The shipping industry responded to the Infinite Horizon disappearance by implementing new tracking and communication procedures designed to detect early signs of reality distortion effects. Multiple independent monitoring systems were deployed to watch for the kind of position anomalies that had preceded the vessel's disappearance, though experts remained uncertain whether early detection would be sufficient to prevent similar incidents. The Pacific Ocean, which had always been vast and dangerous, now carried the additional mystery of quantum effects that could potentially erase vessels from existence entirely. Ships crossing these waters had to contend not just with storms and mechanical failures, but with the possibility that they might encounter phenomena that could scatter them across multiple realities or cause them to cease existing in any reality at all. The search for Infinite Horizon officially continued for over 2 years, though most investigators privately acknowledged that conventional search methods were unlikely to locate a vessel that might exist outside normal space-time parameters. The case files remain open, not because authorities expect to find the ship, but because they hope that future advances in quantum physics might eventually provide explanations for what happened to the vessel and her crew. The disappearance of Infinite Horizon raised fundamental questions about the nature of reality and the safety of maritime transportation in an era where human technology was beginning to probe the boundaries of physical law. If cargo ships could encounter quantum effects that erased them from existence, then no vessel was truly safe from phenomena that existed beyond conventional understanding. As global shipping continued to expand and new routes opened across previously unexplored areas of the ocean, the likelihood of encountering unknown quantum phenomena increased. Each voyage into deep ocean waters carried the risk of discovering effects that could challenge not just the safety of individual vessels, but the fundamental assumptions about reality that maritime navigation had always depended upon. The crew of Infinite Horizon may have been the first mariners to encounter macroscopic quantum effects at sea, but advances in physics and technology suggested that they would not be the last. The ocean that had once been conquered through courage and skill was revealing new depths of mystery that could only be understood through quantum mechanics and theoretical physics. The legacy of Infinite Horizon extends beyond the immediate mystery of her disappearance to encompass broader questions about humanity's relationship with forces that exist at the very foundations of reality. The ship and her crew vanished into a mystery that connected maritime transportation to the deepest questions of physics and existence, reminding us that even in the modern era, the sea continues to hold secrets that challenge everything we think we know about the world. While quantum phenomena claimed Infinite Horizon in the Pacific, the Atlantic Ocean became the scene of an even more disturbing maritime mystery that suggested some disappearances might involve not natural forces, but deliberate intervention by intelligences that operated according to rules humanity had never encountered. The luxury cruise ship Serenity of the Seas vanished in 2018, under circumstances that pointed toward the involvement of entities or forces that seemed to possess technologies far beyond human capability. Serenity of the Seas was one of the most advanced cruise ships ever built, a floating city capable of carrying over 6,000 passengers and 2,400 crew members. The vessel was equipped with every conceivable safety system, from multiple backup power supplies to evacuation systems that could handle the entire ship's population in less than an hour. Her disappearance was not just the loss of a ship, but the vanishing of over 8,400 people from dozens of countries, making it one of the largest maritime disasters in history. The ship's final voyage was a 12-day transatlantic crossing from Miami to Barcelona, a route that cruise lines had operated safely for decades. The passenger manifest included families on vacation, retirees fulfilling lifelong dreams of ocean travel, and honeymooners celebrating the beginning of their marriages. None of them expected to become part of a mystery that would challenge fundamental assumptions about humanity's place in the universe. The first indication that something unusual was happening came on the fourth day of the voyage when passengers began reporting strange lights in the sky above the ship. These lights were not the familiar patterns of aircraft or satellites, but formations that moved in ways that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The lights appeared to be under intelligent control, responding to the ship's movements and maintaining specific positions relative to the vessel. Captain Maria Santos, a veteran cruise ship commander with 25 years of experience, initially dismissed the light sightings as natural phenomena or misidentified aircraft. The Atlantic shipping lanes were busy with both commercial and military traffic, and unusual lights in the sky were not uncommon. However, as the reports became more frequent and more detailed, it became clear that the lights were exhibiting behavior that could not be explained through conventional means. The lights appeared to be conducting some form of surveillance or analysis of the ship and her passengers. They maintained perfect formation despite weather conditions that should have made precise maneuvering impossible. And they seemed to be scanning the vessel with beams of energy that were visible to passengers, but did not register on any of the ship's detection equipment. By the sixth day of the voyage, the lights had become a constant presence above Serenity of the Seas, following the ship through changes of course and speed with a precision that suggested they were somehow locked onto the vessel. Passengers reported that the lights seemed to be learning about the ship's operations, adjusting their positions to observe different areas of the vessel at different times. The ship's communications systems began experiencing interference that seemed to be related to the presence of the lights. Radio transmissions became distorted, satellite communications were unreliable, and the ship's internet connectivity was reduced to intermittent bursts of data that often arrived hours after they were sent. The interference patterns suggested that the lights were not just observing the ship, but actively interfering with her ability to communicate with the outside world. Captain Santos' final transmission to the ship's corporate headquarters was received on the morning of the seventh day, though the message was so heavily distorted by interference that much of it was unintelligible. The portions that could be understood described the lights as having descended closer to the ship and begun emitting sounds that could be heard throughout the vessel despite originating in the open air above the ocean. According to Captain Santos' garbled transmission, the sounds were not random noise but appeared to be some form of communication or analysis. Passengers reported hearing musical tones, rhythmic patterns, and what sounded like voices speaking in languages that did not correspond to any known human linguistic system. The sounds seemed to be directed at specific areas of the ship, as if the entities controlling the lights were attempting to communicate with or analyze particular groups of passengers. The most disturbing aspect of Captain Santos' final transmission was her description of passengers beginning to exhibit behavioral changes that seemed to be connected to their exposure to the sounds and lights. People who had been frightened or concerned about the strange phenomena began to report feeling calm and peaceful, as if they were being influenced by some form of external force that was altering their emotional states. Some passengers reported experiencing vivid dreams or visions that seemed more real than ordinary dreaming. These experiences often involved encounters with beings that appeared to be the source of the lights, entities that communicated through direct mental contact rather than spoken language. The beings seemed interested in learning about human culture, emotions, and social structures, conducting what appeared to be a form of anthropological study of the ship's passengers. The last automated signal from Serenity of the Seas was transmitted at 3:47 a.m. on the 8th day of the voyage, consisting only of routine navigation data that indicated the ship was maintaining course and speed toward her destination. After that transmission, the vessel simply vanished from all tracking systems simultaneously, as if she had been instantly transported beyond the range of human detection equipment. The search for Serenity of the Seas was the largest maritime search operation ever undertaken, involving ships and aircraft from multiple nations and covering an area of ocean larger than most countries. The search was complicated by the fact that the ship had vanished from an area of the Atlantic that was under constant satellite surveillance, making her disappearance seem impossible according to conventional understanding of maritime navigation. Satellite imagery of the ship's last known position showed empty ocean with no signs of wreckage, oil slicks or debris that would normally indicate a maritime disaster. The water appeared completely undisturbed, as if the massive cruise ship had simply been lifted out of the ocean without creating any disturbance on the surface. The investigation into the Serenity of the Seas disappearance quickly became classified at the highest levels of government, as intelligence agencies recognized that the case might involve contact with non-human intelligences. The reports of unusual lights and behavioral changes among passengers suggested that the ship might have encountered entities with technologies far beyond human capability. Military analysis of the case focused on the precision and capabilities demonstrated by the lights that had followed the ship. The ability to maintain perfect formation in ocean weather conditions, to interfere with electronic systems without being detected, and to apparently influence human behavior suggested technologies that were centuries ahead of anything in human arsenals. The possibility that Serenity of the Seas had been taken by non-human entities raised questions that extended far beyond maritime safety to encompass national security and humanity's place in the universe. If intelligent beings were operating in Earth's oceans with the capability to make large ships disappear, then every vessel at sea was potentially vulnerable to similar incidents. The families of the missing passengers and crew faced an unprecedented form of uncertainty about the fate of their loved ones. Unlike traditional maritime disasters where death could eventually be accepted, the possibility that the missing people had been taken by non-human entities left open the terrifying prospect that they might still be alive but beyond any possibility of rescue or contact. Support groups formed among the families of the missing, bringing together people who were dealing with a type of loss that had no precedent in human experience. How do you mourn someone who might have been abducted by alien intelligences? How do you maintain hope for their return when the forces that took them operate according to principles that humanity cannot understand? The Serenity of the Seas case forced maritime authorities to confront the possibility that some ship disappearances might involve interventions by intelligences that were not bound by human laws or conventions. Traditional search and rescue operations were useless against entities that could make 400-meter cruise ships vanish without leaving any trace of their passage. The shipping and cruise industries responded to the disappearance by implementing new monitoring systems designed to detect the kind of unusual phenomena that had preceded the ship's vanishing. However, experts privately acknowledged that if the lights represented genuine non-human technology, there might be no effective defense against similar incidents in the future. The Atlantic Ocean, which had carried human commerce and travel for centuries, now carried the additional mystery of potential non-human presence. Ships crossing these waters had to contend not just with natural hazards, but with the possibility that they might encounter intelligences that viewed human vessels as subjects for study or collection. The search for Serenity of the Seas officially continued for 3 years, though investigators understood that conventional search methods were unlikely to locate a ship that had been taken by entities with interstellar travel capabilities. The case files remain among the most highly classified maritime investigations in history, accessible only to those with the highest levels of security clearance. The disappearance of Serenity of the Seas marked a new chapter in maritime mysteries, where the unknown forces claiming ships and crews might not be natural phenomena or human adversaries, but intelligences from beyond Earth. The case forced humanity to confront the possibility that we are not alone in the universe and that other forms of intelligence might be actively studying or collecting examples of human civilization. The passengers and crew of Serenity of the Seas became unwilling ambassadors to unknown realms, their fate tied to questions about extraterrestrial contact and humanity's readiness to join a larger community of intelligent beings. Their disappearance serves as a reminder that the ocean, which has always been humanity's highway to exploration and discovery, might also be a corridor for encounters with forms of life and intelligence that we are only beginning to imagine. As we move deeper into the 21st century, the nature of maritime mysteries continued to evolve in ways that challenged every assumption about the safety and predictability of ocean travel. The cases we have examined represent only the documented incidents, the disappearances that generated enough evidence to warrant official investigation. For every ship that vanished under impossible circumstances, there were likely dozens more that simply failed to arrive at their destinations without leaving behind enough mystery to capture public attention. The transformation of maritime mysteries from simple matters of weather and navigation to complex phenomena involving quantum physics, temporal anomalies, and potential extraterrestrial contact reflected broader changes in human technology and understanding. As our instruments became more sophisticated, they began detecting events and phenomena that previous generations of mariners had no means of observing or recording. The ocean that had once seemed conquered by GPS navigation and satellite communication was revealing new depths of mystery that made the age of sail seem almost comprehensible by comparison. At least the mariners of centuries past knew what forces they were fighting: wind, weather, and the fundamental hostility of the sea to human presence. Modern mariners faced the additional challenge of phenomena that seemed to operate outside the known laws of physics. The psychological impact of these impossible disappearances extended far beyond the immediate families of those who were lost. Every mariner who put to sea in the modern era carried the knowledge that their vessel might encounter forces that could erase them from existence entirely, not through familiar dangers like storms or collisions, but through mechanisms that humanity lacked the knowledge to understand or prevent. The shipping industry adapted to these new realities through incremental improvements in safety and monitoring systems. But the fundamental vulnerability remained unchanged. No amount of technological advancement could protect vessels from phenomena that operated according to principles that existed outside human science. The best that could be achieved was early warning systems that might provide a few minutes' notice before ships encountered the unknowable. Insurance companies struggled to develop policies that could account for disappearances that defied explanation. How do you calculate risk premiums for quantum anomalies or extraterrestrial intervention? Traditional actuarial tables had no categories for ships that might be scattered across multiple timelines or abducted by non-human intelligences. The legal system faced similar challenges when dealing with the aftermath of impossible disappearances. Courts that were equipped to handle disputes over conventional maritime losses found themselves grappling with cases that involved theoretical physics and speculative biology. How do you declare someone legally dead when they might still exist in an alternate timeline or on a spacecraft traveling to another star system? The families of those lost in these modern maritime mysteries formed a unique community of grief and hope, bound together by experiences that had no precedent in human history. Support groups met regularly to share theories about the fate of their loved ones and to maintain hope that advances in science might eventually provide explanations or even methods of rescue. The scientific community responded to these maritime mysteries by developing new fields of study that bridged the gap between traditional oceanography and cutting-edge physics. Research programs investigated the possibility that certain areas of the ocean might be prone to quantum effects or dimensional instabilities that could account for the impossible disappearances. Military planners quietly acknowledged that the same forces claiming civilian vessels might also threaten naval operations. Warships equipped with the most advanced detection and defense systems available were just as vulnerable to quantum anomalies or non-human intervention as passenger cruise ships. The implications for national security were staggering, particularly for nations whose defense strategies depended on maintaining control of sea lanes. The ocean itself remained largely indifferent to human efforts to understand the forces operating within its depths. The same waters that had carried Phoenician traders and Viking explorers now concealed phenomena that challenged the fundamental assumptions of modern science. The vastness that had once seemed empty was revealing itself to be filled with mysteries that might take centuries to understand. As global shipping expanded to meet the demands of an interconnected world economy, more vessels ventured into previously unexplored areas of the ocean where unknown phenomena might be waiting. Each new shipping route carried the risk of encountering forces that could add entire crews and cargoes to the growing catalog of impossible disappearances. The development of autonomous ships promised to reduce the human cost of these maritime mysteries, but it also raised new questions about the nature of the phenomena, claiming vessels. Would unmanned ships be immune to effects that seem to target human consciousness, or would they simply vanish as completely as crewed vessels, leaving behind even less evidence of what had happened to them? The cruise industry faced particular challenges in responding to disappearances like that of Serenity of the Seas. How do you market vacation experiences when passengers might encounter quantum anomalies or extraterrestrial entities? How do you maintain public confidence in the safety of ocean travel when some ships simply vanish without explanation? The media struggled to report on maritime mysteries that seemed to belong more in science fiction than maritime journalism. News organizations found themselves relying on theoretical physicists and speculative scientists to explain events that defied conventional reporting categories. The public's appetite for mystery and the unknown ensured continued coverage, but the explanations offered were necessarily tentative and incomplete. Educational institutions began incorporating these modern maritime mysteries into curricula that spanned multiple disciplines. Students studying oceanography, physics, and even philosophy found themselves examining cases that challenged traditional boundaries between scientific fields. The mysteries forced educators to acknowledge that the ocean might contain phenomena that required entirely new approaches to understanding. The religious and philosophical implications of ships disappearing into alternate timelines or being taken by non-human intelligences sparked debates that extended far beyond maritime communities. If consciousness could persist across multiple realities, what did that mean for traditional concepts of life and death? If other intelligences were collecting examples of human civilization, what did that suggest about humanity's cosmic significance? The maritime mysteries of the 21st century forced humanity to confront fundamental questions about the nature of reality and our place within it. The ocean, which had always been a mirror reflecting human ambitions and limitations, was now revealing depths of mystery that connected earthly voyages to cosmic questions about existence itself. The cases we have examined represent only the beginning of a new era in maritime mysteries, where the unknown forces claiming ships and crews might be as likely to come from parallel dimensions or distant stars as from the depths of earthly seas. Each disappearance added new chapters to a story that was still being written, with implications that extended far beyond maritime safety to encompass the fundamental questions of existence. The ocean that had nurtured human civilization and connected distant cultures was revealing itself to be a gateway to mysteries that challenged every assumption about the universe and humanity's place within it. The ships that ventured into its depths carried not just cargo and passengers but the hopes and fears of a species discovering that the universe was far stranger and more dangerous than previously imagined. As we stood at the threshold of a new era in maritime exploration, the lessons of these impossible disappearances served as warnings and guides for future voyages into the unknown. The sea that had always demanded respect for its power was now revealing depths of mystery that required respect for forces that operated beyond human understanding. The maritime mysteries that emerged from the Arctic ice, Pacific depths, and Atlantic expanses were harbingers of a future where ocean travel would involve not just navigation through physical waters, but passage through realms where the normal rules of reality might not apply. The courage and skill that had carried mariners through centuries of seafaring would need to be supplemented by understanding of phenomena that existed at the very foundations of space and time. The ships that had carried humanity across the world's oceans for millennia were now venturing into waters where the very concept of space and time might be as fluid as the sea itself. The transformation of maritime mysteries from predictable patterns of human error and natural disaster to incomprehensible phenomena involving the fundamental structure of reality marked a turning point not just in naval history but in humanity's understanding of its place in the cosmos. The ocean, which had always been humanity's greatest teacher about the limits of human control, was now revealing lessons that extended far beyond maritime safety to encompass the deepest questions of existence itself. The dawn of the third decade of the 21st century brought with it a new category of maritime disappearance that would make even the impossible cases of previous years seem almost mundane by comparison. The research vessel Deep Horizon vanished in 2021 while investigating the deepest parts of the Pacific Ocean. But her disappearance involved phenomena that suggested the boundaries between different realities might be far more permeable than anyone had previously imagined. Deep Horizon was not just another research vessel, but a floating laboratory equipped with the most advanced deep-sea exploration technology ever deployed. Her mission was to investigate the Mariana Trench, the deepest known part of Earth's oceans, using revolutionary new equipment designed to explore the very bottom of the sea floor. The vessel carried a crew of 47 scientists, engineers and support staff from 12 different countries, representing the cutting edge of international marine research cooperation. The ship's primary research tool was an experimental deep-sea probe capable of descending to depths that had never been reached by human technology. This probe, designated Abyssal Explorer, was designed to withstand the crushing pressures of the deepest ocean trenches while maintaining real-time communication with the surface vessel. The data it collected was expected to revolutionize understanding of deep-sea geology, biology, and the processes that shaped the ocean floor. Dr. Sarah Chen, the expedition's lead scientist, had spent 15 years developing the theoretical framework for the Deep Horizon mission. Her research suggested that the deepest parts of the ocean might contain geological formations and biological systems that existed nowhere else on Earth. The expedition represented the culmination of her career and humanity's most ambitious attempt to explore the planet's final frontier. The first weeks of the Deep Horizon expedition proceeded exactly as planned, with the Abyssal Explorer making successful descents to depths that broke all previous records for deep-sea exploration. The data being collected exceeded all expectations, revealing geological formations that seemed to defy conventional understanding of how ocean floors developed over geological time. The probe discovered vast underwater cavern systems that extended far deeper into the Earth's crust than should have been possible given the known geology of the region. These caverns appeared to be filled with water that had different physical properties than normal seawater, exhibiting density and conductivity measurements that suggested the presence of materials that did not exist in standard oceanic chemistry. Even more intriguing were the biological samples that the Abyssal Explorer retrieved from these impossible depths. The organisms discovered in the deepest trenches appeared to be based on entirely different biochemical processes than any known life forms. They seemed to derive energy from sources that did not exist in the normal oceanic environment, suggesting that they might be connected to geological processes that operated according to unknown principles. Dr. Chen's research logs, recovered months later from an automated data buoy, described organisms that seemed to exist in multiple dimensional states simultaneously. These creatures appeared to phase in and out of normal reality, sometimes visible to the probe's cameras and sometimes existing as energy patterns that could only be detected by specialized sensors. The implications of such discoveries extended far beyond marine biology, to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of life itself. The breakthrough that would ultimately lead to Deep Horizon's disappearance came on the expedition's 23rd day, when the Abyssal Explorer discovered what appeared to be artificial structures on the ocean floor at depths where no human technology should have been able to survive. These structures were clearly not natural formations, exhibiting geometric patterns and construction techniques that suggested advanced engineering capabilities. The artificial structures appeared to be incredibly ancient, covered by geological deposits that suggested they had been on the ocean floor for millions of years. Yet they showed no signs of the corrosion or deterioration that should have resulted from such extended exposure to the harsh conditions of the deep ocean. The materials used in their construction appeared to be unknown to human science, exhibiting properties that seemed to exist outside normal physical laws. Dr. Chen's final research log entry described the moment when the expedition realized that the artificial structures were not abandoned ruins, but active installations that seemed to be responding to the presence of the Abyssal Explorer. Lights began appearing within the structures, following patterns that suggested some form of communication or recognition system was being activated by the probe's proximity. The structures began emitting signals that interfered with the probe's communication systems, but these signals were not random electromagnetic noise. Analysis of the interference patterns revealed complex mathematical relationships that suggested the signals were attempts at communication using principles of mathematics that human science had never encountered. As the Abyssal Explorer continued its investigation of the structures, the interference began affecting the probe's navigation and control systems. The device began behaving erratically, following flight paths that seemed to be controlled by external forces rather than by commands from the surface vessel. It was as if the structures were somehow taking control of human technology and adapting it for their own purposes. The last successful communication from Deep Horizon came when Dr. Chen reported that the interference from the deep-sea structures had begun affecting the research vessel itself. Electronic systems throughout the ship were experiencing malfunctions that seemed to be connected to the signals being emitted from the ocean floor thousands of meters below. The ship's navigation systems began reporting impossible position data, indicating that Deep Horizon was simultaneously located at multiple coordinates across the Pacific Ocean. The vessel's atomic clocks, which had been perfectly synchronized with satellite time signals, began showing different times in different parts of the ship, suggesting that temporal distortions were affecting the vessel's relationship with normal space-time. Most disturbing of all were the reports from crew members who claimed to be seeing alternate versions of their research vessel existing in the same space as their own ship. These parallel versions of Deep Horizon appeared to be conducting the same research mission, but with slight variations in crew members, equipment, and research objectives. The implications suggested that the expedition had somehow created or encountered multiple parallel versions of itself. Dr. Chen's final log entry described crew members from different versions of the expedition making contact with each other, sharing research data from parallel timelines where the same discoveries had been made using different approaches. The boundaries between different versions of reality seemed to be breaking down, allowing information and even physical objects to pass between parallel versions of the same research mission. The search for Deep Horizon began when the vessel failed to report for her scheduled daily communication check. Satellite tracking systems showed the ship's last known position in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but search aircraft dispatched to the area found empty sea with no signs of the research vessel or her crew. The search was complicated by the discovery that multiple tracking systems had recorded different final positions for Deep Horizon, suggesting that the vessel had somehow been in several places at once before disappearing entirely. Each tracking system showed consistent data for the position it recorded, but the positions were hundreds of miles apart from each other. The investigation into Deep Horizon's disappearance quickly became classified when recovery teams discovered the automated data buoy that had been ejected from the research vessel shortly before her disappearance. The data contained in the buoy's memory banks described discoveries that challenged not just marine science but humanity's understanding of reality itself. The artificial structures discovered by the Abyssal Explorer appeared to be some form of interdimensional gateway system, allowing travel between parallel versions of Earth's reality. The structures had apparently been dormant for millions of years until activated by the presence of human technology advanced enough to trigger their recognition systems. Analysis of the data suggested that Deep Horizon and her crew had not been destroyed, but had been transported to alternate versions of reality, where parallel versions of Earth existed with different historical timelines. The crew might still be alive and continuing their research, but in dimensions that were inaccessible to rescue attempts from our version of reality. The discovery of interdimensional gateway systems on Earth's ocean floor raised questions that extended far beyond the immediate mystery of Deep Horizon's disappearance. If such technology existed in Earth's oceans, what did that suggest about the planet's history and the civilizations that might have existed long before human development? The implications for maritime safety were staggering. If ships could encounter interdimensional gateways while conducting deep-sea research, then every vessel that ventured into the deepest parts of the ocean was potentially at risk of being transported to alternate realities. The ocean depths that had always been humanity's final frontier were revealing themselves to be gateways to frontiers that existed beyond imagination. The families of Deep Horizon's crew faced a unique form of uncertainty about the fate of their loved ones. Unlike traditional maritime disasters where death could eventually be accepted, the possibility that the crew had been transported to alternate realities left open the prospect that they might still be alive and continuing their research in parallel dimensions. Support groups formed among the families, bringing together people who were dealing with a type of loss that existed outside all previous human experience. How do you mourn someone who might still be alive in another dimension? How do you maintain hope for their return when the technology required for interdimensional travel might not be developed for centuries? The scientific community responded to the Deep Horizon case by developing new theoretical frameworks for understanding the relationship between deep-sea exploration and dimensional physics. Research programs were established to investigate the possibility that other areas of the ocean floor might contain similar gateway systems that could pose risks to future maritime operations. The discovery of interdimensional technology on Earth's ocean floor forced humanity to confront fundamental questions about the planet's history and the possibility that advanced civilizations had existed on Earth long before human development. The structures discovered by Deep Horizon appeared to predate human civilization by millions of years, suggesting that Earth might have been home to technological civilizations that had developed interdimensional travel capabilities. Military planners quietly acknowledged that the discovery of interdimensional gateways in Earth's oceans represented a potential threat to national security that existing defense systems were not equipped to address. If hostile entities could use these gateways to appear anywhere in Earth's oceans, then traditional concepts of maritime border security became meaningless. The ocean that had always been humanity's highway for exploration and commerce was revealing itself to be a network of pathways that connected not just different parts of Earth but different versions of reality itself. The ships that ventured into its depths carried the risk of discovering that the universe was far more complex and interconnected than human science had ever imagined. As we moved deeper into the 2020s, the pace of impossible maritime disappearances seemed to accelerate, as if humanity's advancing technology was making contact with phenomena that had always existed but had previously been beyond human detection. The luxury yacht Quantum Dream vanished in 2022, under circumstances that suggested the vessel had encountered not just interdimensional gateways but active manipulation by intelligences that possessed technologies far beyond human capability. Quantum Dream was not just another luxury yacht, but a floating palace that represented the pinnacle of modern maritime engineering and design. The vessel was owned by tech billionaire Marcus Chen, who had made his fortune developing quantum computing systems and had used his wealth to create a yacht that incorporated the most advanced technology available to civilian maritime construction. The yacht was equipped with experimental quantum communication systems that were supposed to maintain instant contact with satellites and shore stations regardless of weather conditions or geographic location. These systems represented the cutting edge of communication technology, using quantum entanglement principles to create communication channels that could not be intercepted or disrupted by conventional means. Marcus Chen had invited a carefully selected group of scientists, engineers, and technology experts to join him on Quantum Dream's maiden voyage across the Atlantic. The guest list included some of the most brilliant minds in quantum physics, artificial intelligence, and advanced materials science. The voyage was intended to be both a luxury cruise and a floating think tank where the world's leading experts could collaborate on solving humanity's most challenging technological problems. The yacht's quantum communication systems began experiencing anomalies almost immediately after leaving port in Monaco. Instead of the crystal-clear communications that the technology was designed to provide, the systems began receiving signals that appeared to be coming from the yacht itself, but from versions of the vessel that seemed to exist in slightly different timeframes. These temporal echoes were not simple equipment malfunctions, but coherent communications that seemed to be coming from alternate versions of the same voyage. The guests aboard Quantum Dream found themselves receiving messages from parallel versions of themselves, describing slightly different versions of the same conversations and events that were taking place aboard their vessel. Dr. Elizabeth Hawking, a quantum physicist who was one of Chen's guests, recognized that the yacht's quantum communication systems might be accessing what she termed parallel probability streams, alternate timelines where similar events were occurring with slight variations. The technology that was supposed to revolutionize human communication was instead providing a window into the infinite possibilities of quantum reality. The parallel communications became more frequent and more detailed as the voyage progressed. Guests reported receiving detailed descriptions of alternate versions of their research projects, scientific discoveries that had been made using different approaches, and even personal conversations with family members who had made different life choices in parallel timelines. Marcus Chen himself became obsessed with the parallel communications, spending hours attempting to establish stable contact with alternate versions of his own voyage. He reported receiving technical specifications for quantum technologies that were decades ahead of anything that existed in our timeline, as if the alternate versions of himself had access to scientific advances that had not yet been discovered in our reality. The yacht's artificial intelligence systems, which had been designed to learn and adapt to the preferences of guests and crew, began exhibiting behaviors that suggested they were incorporating information from the parallel timelines. The AI began making suggestions and recommendations based on experiences that had not actually occurred aboard the current version of Quantum Dream, but which had apparently taken place in alternate versions of the voyage. By the fifth day of the voyage, the boundary between different versions of reality aboard Quantum Dream had become so permeable that guests reported meeting alternate versions of themselves in the yacht's corridors and common areas. These encounters were not hallucinations or psychological phenomena, but actual meetings between people from parallel timelines who were somehow occupying the same physical space. The alternate versions of the guests appeared to be conducting similar conversations and research projects, but with variations that reflected the different choices and circumstances that had shaped their parallel timelines. Some alternate versions had made different career decisions, married different people, or pursued different research interests, creating a complex web of parallel lives that were intersecting aboard the yacht. Dr. Hawking's research notes, later recovered from a waterproof container that washed ashore in Ireland months after the yacht's disappearance, described the experience of working with alternate versions of herself on quantum physics problems. Each version brought slightly different approaches and insights, allowing for collaborative research that transcended the normal limitations of individual perspective and experience. The most remarkable discovery was that the alternate versions of the guests seemed to retain memories of their parallel encounters even after returning to their own timelines. This suggested that the quantum phenomena affecting Quantum Dream were not just allowing observation of parallel realities, but were actually creating permanent connections between different versions of the same people across multiple timelines. Marcus Chen's final log entry described the moment when he realized that the yacht's quantum communication systems had become so entangled with parallel timelines that the vessel itself was beginning to exist in multiple realities simultaneously. Different parts of the yacht were experiencing different temporal flows, with some areas existing several hours ahead of or behind other sections of the same vessel. The yacht's navigation systems began reporting impossible position data, indicating that different parts of Quantum Dream were located in different geographic positions, despite being part of the same physical vessel. The bow of the yacht might be in the Mediterranean while the stern was in the Atlantic, with the middle sections existing in locations that didn't correspond to any known geographic coordinates. The last communication from Quantum Dream was received by multiple agencies simultaneously, but each agency received a different version of the same message. The messages were similar in content but varied in details, suggesting that they were being transmitted from different parallel versions of the yacht as it existed across multiple timelines. The search for Quantum Dream involved coordination between maritime authorities from multiple countries, as the yacht's last known positions spanned thousands of miles of ocean across several different regions. Search teams were dispatched to all reported positions, but none found any trace of the missing vessel or her passengers. The investigation into Quantum Dream's disappearance was complicated by the recovery of Dr. Hawking's research notes, which described phenomena that seemed to exist outside conventional understanding of physics and reality. The notes suggested that the yacht had become trapped in what she termed a quantum probability vortex, where multiple parallel timelines intersected and merged. The implications of the Quantum Dream case extended far beyond maritime safety to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of quantum reality and the potential consequences of developing technologies that could access parallel timelines. If quantum communication systems could create connections between alternate realities, then humanity might be on the verge of discovering technologies that could fundamentally alter the nature of human existence. The families of those aboard Quantum Dream faced the unique challenge of grieving for loved ones who might still exist in parallel timelines but were unreachable through conventional means. Support groups formed to help family members cope with the possibility that alternate versions of their relatives might be continuing their lives in realities that were accessible only through technologies that humanity had not yet mastered. The tech industry responded to the quantum dream disappearance by implementing new safety protocols for experimental quantum technologies. However, experts privately acknowledged that if the yacht had indeed encountered genuine quantum phenomena, then existing safety measures might be inadequate to prevent similar incidents involving advanced communication and computing systems. The ocean that had always been humanity's testing ground for new technologies was revealing itself to be a realm where advanced human science might encounter forces that operated according to principles that transcended normal physical laws. The ships that carried humanity's most advanced technologies into these waters risked discovering that the universe was far more complex and dangerous than even cutting-edge science had imagined. The quantum dream case marked a new phase in maritime mysteries, where the disappearances might involve not just unknown natural phenomena or non-human intelligences, but the consequences of human technology advancing to the point where it could access aspects of reality that humanity was not prepared to control or understand. The yacht and her passengers had vanished into a mystery that connected maritime transportation to the deepest questions of quantum physics and parallel reality, reminding us that even the most advanced human technology might be insufficient to navigate the true depths of cosmic mystery that surrounded our planet. As we approached the middle of the 2020s, the frequency and complexity of impossible maritime disappearances continued to escalate, suggesting that humanity's expanding presence in the world's oceans was bringing us into contact with phenomena that existed at the very foundations of reality itself. The cargo vessel Infinity's Edge vanished in 2023, under circumstances that suggested the ship had encountered forces that operated not just outside human understanding but outside the normal structure of space and time itself. Infinity's Edge was a next-generation cargo vessel, designed to carry containerized freight between Asia and North America, using revolutionary new propulsion systems that were supposed to reduce both fuel consumption and travel time. The ship incorporated experimental technologies that used magnetic field manipulation and gravitational effects to increase efficiency, representing a significant advance in maritime propulsion that promised to revolutionize global shipping. The vessel's maiden voyage was being closely monitored by shipping companies, environmental agencies, and technology firms around the world. If the experimental propulsion systems proved successful, they could reduce the environmental impact of global shipping while making international trade faster and more efficient. The ship carried not just cargo but the hopes of an entire industry seeking more sustainable approaches to maritime transportation. Captain Lisa Rodriguez, who commanded Infinity's Edge, was a veteran mariner who had been selected specifically for her experience with experimental maritime technologies. She had previously commanded several prototype vessels and had a reputation for being able to adapt to the unique challenges posed by cutting-edge propulsion and navigation systems. The ship's experimental propulsion systems began exhibiting unusual behavior almost immediately after leaving port in Shanghai. Instead of the smooth, efficient operation that had been demonstrated in harbor trials, the systems began producing energy signatures that didn't match any of the predicted parameters. The ship was generating more power than her engines should have been capable of producing, while simultaneously consuming less fuel than theoretical calculations suggested was possible. The anomalous energy production was accompanied by gravitational effects that seemed to extend far beyond the normal influence of the ship's mass. Ocean currents around Infinity's Edge began behaving in ways that suggested the vessel was somehow manipulating local gravitational fields, creating currents and wave patterns that followed the ship's movement rather than natural oceanic forces. Marine life in the waters around the ship began exhibiting behaviors that suggested they were responding to energy fields that human instruments couldn't detect. Dolphins and whales were observed following the vessel in formations that seemed to be influenced by invisible force fields, while birds flying over the ship displayed flight patterns that defied normal aerodynamics. By the third day of the voyage, Infinity's Edge was traveling significantly faster than her engines should have been capable of propelling her, while simultaneously creating a wake pattern that suggested she was moving through water that had different physical properties than normal seawater. The ocean around the ship appeared to be less dense and more conductive than typical oceanic conditions. Captain Rodriguez's log entries describe the gradual realization that the ship's experimental propulsion systems were not just manipulating magnetic fields and gravitational effects, but were somehow altering the fundamental physical properties of the space around the vessel. The ship was creating a localized region where the normal laws of physics operated differently than in the surrounding ocean. The alteration of local physics became more pronounced as the voyage continued. Crew members reported that objects behaved differently in various parts of the ship, with some areas experiencing reduced gravity while others seemed to have enhanced gravitational effects. Water flowed uphill in certain sections of the vessel, while electrical equipment functioned using power sources that couldn't be identified or measured. The ship's navigation systems began reporting impossible position data that suggested Infinity's Edge was somehow moving through space in ways that transcended normal geometric relationships. The vessel appeared to be taking shortcuts through space itself, arriving at positions that should have required more time to reach given her course and speed. Most disturbing of all were the reports from crew members who claimed to be seeing the ship's destination before the vessel had actually arrived there. Looking ahead from the ship's bow, crew members reported seeing the port of Los Angeles despite being thousands of miles away from the California coast. The view appeared to be a real-time observation of the destination port, complete with other ships and harbor activities that were later confirmed to have been taking place at the exact time of the sightings. Captain Rodriguez's final log entry described the moment when the crew realized that Infinity's Edge was somehow moving through folded space, taking advantage of cosmic shortcuts that allowed the vessel to travel between distant points without crossing the normal distances between them. The ship's experimental propulsion systems had apparently discovered or created pathways through space that operated according to principles that human science had never encountered. The space-folding effects seemed to be intensifying as the voyage progressed, with the ship's destination appearing closer and more detailed, while the vessel simultaneously seemed to be moving away from normal space-time coordinates. The crew reported that looking back toward their departure point showed not the Pacific Ocean they had been crossing, but a view of space that seemed to encompass multiple star systems simultaneously. The last communication from Infinity's Edge was received by multiple tracking stations around the Pacific, but each station received signals that seemed to be coming from different locations across vast distances of space. The signals were consistent with the ship's communication protocols, but they originated from coordinates that placed the vessel everywhere from Earth orbit to the vicinity of distant star systems. The search for Infinity's Edge was the most technologically advanced maritime search operation ever undertaken, involving space-based sensors, gravitational wave detection equipment, and experimental technologies designed to detect the kind of space-folding effects that the ship's propulsion systems had apparently created. Satellite imagery of the ship's last known position showed distortions in space-time that were visible as gravitational lensing effects, suggesting that the vessel had indeed created significant alterations in the local structure of space. These distortions persisted for several days after the ship's disappearance, gradually fading as local space-time returned to normal configuration. The investigation into Infinity's Edge's disappearance quickly became a joint effort between maritime authorities, space agencies, and theoretical physics research institutions. The case represented humanity's first confirmed encounter with technology that could manipulate the fundamental structure of space-time, with implications that extended far beyond maritime transportation. The ship's experimental propulsion systems had apparently achieved a breakthrough in physics that could revolutionize not just shipping but humanity's entire relationship with space and time. However, the disappearance of the vessel suggested that such technologies might carry risks that humanity was not prepared to manage or understand. The cargo aboard Infinity's Edge represented products and materials from hundreds of companies, but the economic impact of the ship's disappearance was overshadowed by the scientific and technological implications of the case. If the vessel had indeed discovered methods for folding space, then the loss represented a setback in human development that could delay scientific progress by decades or centuries. The families of the crew faced the unprecedented challenge of grieving for loved ones who might still be alive but traveling through regions of space that were unreachable by any known technology. The possibility that the crew was exploring star systems throughout the galaxy provided both hope and anguish for those left behind. The shipping industry responded to the Infinity's Edge disappearance by suspending development of similar experimental propulsion systems pending further research into the safety implications of space-folding technologies. However, the potential benefits of such systems ensured that research would continue, albeit with enhanced safety protocols and monitoring systems. The ocean that had always been humanity's highway for global commerce was revealing itself to be a launching pad for journeys that could carry vessels far beyond Earth's solar system. The ships that ventured into these waters with advanced propulsion technologies risked discovering that the universe was far larger and more accessible than anyone had previously imagined. The case of Infinity's Edge marked a turning point where maritime mysteries began to encompass not just earthly phenomena, but cosmic forces that could transport vessels across interstellar distances. The ship and her crew had vanished into a mystery that connected maritime transportation to the infinite expanses of space itself. The disappearance served as a reminder that humanity's advancing technology was approaching the point where maritime vessels might routinely encounter forces that could carry them far beyond Earth's oceans to explore regions of space that existed beyond current human understanding. The courage and skill that had carried mariners across Earth's seas might soon be needed for voyages across the cosmic ocean that surrounded our planet. As we moved toward the end of the 2020s, the nature of maritime mysteries continued to evolve in ways that challenged not just our understanding of the ocean, but our comprehension of reality itself. The research vessel Paradox vanished in 2024 while investigating reports of temporal anomalies in the Bermuda Triangle, disappearing under circumstances that suggested the vessel had encountered phenomena that operated outside the normal flow of time itself. Paradox was specifically designed to investigate the kind of temporal and dimensional anomalies that had been reported in several previous maritime disappearances. The vessel was equipped with experimental equipment designed to detect and measure temporal distortions, parallel timeline intersections, and other phenomena that existed at the boundaries of human scientific understanding. The ship's mission was led by Dr. Michael Reeves, a theoretical physicist who had spent his career developing instruments capable of detecting temporal anomalies. His work had been inspired by the previous cases of impossible maritime disappearances, and he was determined to find scientific explanations for phenomena that had previously been dismissed as impossible. The Paradox carried a crew of 32 scientists, engineers, and support staff, along with equipment that represented the cutting edge of temporal physics research. The vessel's instruments were designed to create a complete picture of any temporal anomalies encountered, providing data that could finally explain the mysterious disappearances that had plagued maritime transportation for decades. The expedition began with careful analysis of the areas where previous disappearances had occurred, using advanced sensors to map the temporal characteristics of different regions of the ocean. The research team discovered that certain areas exhibited temporal instabilities that seemed to be connected to underwater geological formations and deep-sea current patterns. The most significant discovery came when the ship's instruments detected what Dr. Reeves termed temporal fractures, regions where the normal flow of time was disrupted by unknown forces. These fractures appeared to be naturally occurring phenomena that were somehow connected to the Earth's magnetic field and gravitational effects in ways that existing physics couldn't explain. The temporal fractures were not constant features but appeared and disappeared according to patterns that seemed to be influenced by solar activity, tidal forces, and other cosmic factors. The research team began to understand that the timing of previous maritime disappearances might have been connected to periods when these temporal fractures were most active. Dr. Reeves' research logs documented the gradual realization that the temporal fractures were not random phenomena, but were actually gateways that connected different periods of time. Ships that encountered these fractures during periods of high activity might be transported to different time periods, explaining their complete disappearance from the present timeline. The most remarkable discovery was that some of the temporal fractures appeared to be connected to specific historical periods, creating pathways that could transport vessels to precise moments in the past or future. The research team identified fractures that seemed to lead to periods ranging from prehistoric times to what appeared to be future eras that had not yet occurred. The Paradox began experiencing temporal effects when the ship approached one of the larger fractures that the research team had identified. Crew members reported that time seemed to be flowing differently in various parts of the vessel, with some areas experiencing accelerated time while others seemed frozen in temporal stasis. The ship's atomic clocks, which had been perfectly synchronized at the beginning of the expedition, began showing different times throughout the vessel. The differences were not random, but followed patterns that suggested different parts of the ship were being influenced by different temporal flows. Some sections of the vessel were experiencing time at normal rates, while others were moving through time at speeds that were either much faster or much slower than normal. Dr. Reeves documented encounters with what appeared to be echoes from different time periods, where crew members reported seeing the ship as it had existed at different points in its construction and operation. Some crew members claimed to see the vessel under construction in the shipyard, while others reported seeing versions of the ship that appeared to be from potential futures where the expedition had been completed successfully. The temporal echoes became more frequent and more detailed as the expedition continued. Crew members began encountering people who appeared to be alternate versions of themselves from different time periods, including past and future versions of the same individuals. These encounters were not hallucinations but actual meetings between the same people existing at different points in time. The most disturbing temporal effect was the discovery that the ship's mission was apparently being influenced by future versions of the research team who had already completed similar investigations. Equipment would be found calibrated according to specifications that had not yet been developed, and research data would appear that described discoveries the team had not yet made. Dr. Reeves' final log entry described the realization that the paradox had become trapped in what he termed a temporal loop, where the ship's past, present, and future were all occurring simultaneously. The vessel was experiencing its entire existence as a continuous present moment, with construction, operation, and eventual fate all happening at the same time. The ship began receiving radio communications from multiple time periods simultaneously, including messages from past maritime expeditions, present-day research teams, and future versions of humanity that possessed technologies far beyond current human capability. The communications suggested that the temporal fractures were not just affecting individual ships, but were creating connections between different eras of human civilization. The last communication from Paradox was received by research stations around the world, but each station received messages that seemed to be from different time periods. Some received reports of the expedition's departure. Others got updates on discoveries that were being made in real time, and still others received what appeared to be final reports from a completed mission that described the ultimate fate of the research team. The search for Paradox was complicated by the discovery that the ship was apparently sending signals from multiple time periods simultaneously. Search teams received navigation beacons that placed the vessel at its departure point, its intended research area, and several locations that seemed to correspond to different historical periods when other ships had disappeared in the same region. The investigation into Paradox's disappearance involved collaboration between maritime authorities, physics research institutions, and historians who attempted to trace the temporal signatures that the ship had left behind. The case provided the first comprehensive data about the temporal anomalies that might be responsible for many of the mysterious maritime disappearances throughout history. The research data recovered from Paradox's automated systems suggested that the temporal fractures were not random phenomena, but were actually part of a larger temporal architecture that connected different periods of Earth's history. Ships that encountered these fractures were not just disappearing but were being redistributed across time itself. The implications of the Paradox case extended far beyond maritime safety to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of time and causality. If ships could be transported to different time periods, then the linear progression of history that humanity had always assumed might be far more fluid and interconnected than anyone had previously imagined. The families of the Paradox crew faced the unique challenge of grieving for loved ones who might still be alive but existing in different time periods. The possibility that the crew was continuing their research in past or future eras provided both hope and confusion for those dealing with their disappearance. The scientific community responded to the Paradox case by establishing new research programs dedicated to understanding temporal physics and the potential for time travel through naturally occurring phenomena. The case provided evidence that time travel might not require advanced technology, but could occur through encounters with natural temporal anomalies. The ocean that had always been humanity's connection to different places was revealing itself to be a pathway to different times. As well, ships that ventured into waters containing temporal fractures risked not just spatial displacement, but temporal displacement that could scatter crews and vessels across the entire span of human history. The case of the paradox represented a culmination of the impossible maritime mysteries that had emerged in the early 21st century, providing evidence that the ocean contained phenomena that challenged not just our understanding of physics, but our comprehension of time itself. The ship and her crew had vanished into a mystery that encompassed the entire timeline of human existence. As the 2020s drew to a close, the accumulation of impossible maritime disappearances had fundamentally altered humanity's relationship with the ocean, and our understanding of the forces that might be operating within its depths. The final case that would complete this new chapter in maritime mystery occurred in 2025, when the passenger ferry Eternal Crossing vanished while carrying families on what should have been a routine journey between islands in the Greek archipelago. Eternal Crossing was not an experimental vessel or research ship, but a conventional passenger ferry that had been operating the same route for over a decade without incident. The ship carried 347 passengers and crew members on regular scheduled service between Athens and the island of Santorini, a journey that thousands of vessels had completed safely over the centuries. The ferry's disappearance was particularly shocking because it occurred not in the remote depths of the ocean, but in well-traveled waters that were under constant observation by maritime traffic control systems. The Mediterranean Sea between Athens and Santorini was one of the most monitored and regulated waterways in the world, making the complete vanishing of a large passenger ferry seem impossible. Captain Dimitri Kostas had commanded Eternal Crossing for 7 years and was familiar with every aspect of the route between the Greek mainland and the islands. He was known for his meticulous attention to safety procedures and had never experienced any significant incidents during his maritime career. The ship's crew was equally experienced, with many having worked the same route for years. The journey began normally, with the ferry departing Athens on schedule, carrying a typical mix of tourists, local residents, and commercial travelers. The weather was clear, the seas were calm, and all of the ship's systems were functioning normally according to the routine pre-departure inspection. The first indication that something unusual was happening came when passengers began reporting that the journey was taking longer than expected. The trip between Athens and Santorini typically took about 8 hours, but passengers noted that they had been traveling for over 10 hours without reaching their destination. The ship's navigation systems confirmed that Eternal Crossing was maintaining her correct course and speed, but the GPS coordinates showed that the ferry was somehow not making expected progress towards Santorini. The ship appeared to be traveling through water that was longer than the actual distance between the departure and destination points. Captain Kostas reported that the sea around the ferry appeared to be stretching endlessly ahead, as if the very fabric of ocean space was expanding to prevent the vessel from reaching its destination. Passengers gathered on deck, watching in growing unease as familiar landmarks that should have marked their progress toward Santorini seemed to recede rather than approach. The final transmission from Eternal Crossing came when Captain Kostas reported that his passengers were beginning to see reflections of themselves in the water. Not simple mirror images, but what appeared to be alternate versions of their own lives playing out on the ocean's surface. Families watched as the sea showed them different versions of their vacations, their relationships, their very existence unfolding in parallel streams of possibility. And then, like so many vessels before her, Eternal Crossing simply vanished from all tracking systems, leaving behind only questions that challenge our understanding of reality itself. The ocean's legacy lives not in the ships it has claimed or the mysteries it guards, but in the humbling reminder that despite all our technological advances and scientific achievements, we remain visitors in a realm that operates according to laws we have barely begun to comprehend. These maritime mysteries serve as profound reminders that the universe is far stranger, far more interconnected, and far more mysterious than our everyday experience suggests. As we've journeyed through these impossible cases, from the research vessel Deep Horizon discovering interdimensional gateways in the deepest ocean trenches, to Quantum Dream's encounter with parallel realities, to Infinity's edge folding space itself, to Paradox's entanglement with time, and finally to Eternal Crossing's passengers witnessing alternate versions of their own lives, we see a pattern emerging that speaks to humanity's role in a cosmos far more complex than we ever imagined. These disappearances mark not endings but transitions, not losses but transformations into forms of existence that transcend our current understanding. The crews and passengers of these vessels may have become pioneers of realities we have yet to discover, explorers of dimensions we have yet to map, travelers through time streams we have yet to navigate. The sea continues its patient work of teaching humanity about the limits of control and the infinite nature of mystery. Through these vanishings that seem impossible yet undeniably real, we discover that what we call reality may be just one layer of a far more intricate cosmic tapestry, where consciousness and matter, time and space, possibility and actuality dance together in patterns too complex for our current science to fully grasp. And that brings us to the end of today's journey into the profound mysteries of maritime disappearances that have redefined our understanding of what's possible in our universe. I hope this exploration has expanded your sense of wonder about the hidden depths, both literal and metaphorical, that surround us. The beauty of these mysteries lies not in their solutions, but in their invitation to remain humble before the vast unknown, to acknowledge that our planet and our cosmos still hold secrets that dwarf our current knowledge and challenge our assumptions about the nature of reality itself. If this deep dive into maritime mysteries resonated with you, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Have you ever experienced phenomena that challenged your understanding of what's possible? What other maritime mysteries would you like to see explored? Your insights often inspire future investigations. Please consider subscribing if you enjoyed this extensive exploration. It truly helps the channel grow and allows me to continue researching these fascinating cases that exist at the edges of human understanding. And don't forget to ring that notification bell so you won't miss when new mysteries are uncovered. I'm also curious, would you like to see more content exploring the intersection of advanced technology and unexplained phenomena? Perhaps investigations into other impossible disappearances, or explorations of how cutting-edge science might explain seemingly supernatural events. Let me know what draws your curiosity. Thank you for joining me on this voyage into the unknown depths of maritime mystery. Until our paths cross again, may you remain open to the wonders that exist just beyond the boundaries of conventional understanding. Fair winds and following seas, and I'll see you in the next video.